area to speak and learn from many Aboriginal elders who have been able to share stories and information with me. And through that learning, I have developed a very different sense of place when I visit many places in Perth, such as on the Swan River, many of our trading sites, and also just a thought around the way that we manage our ecosystems as well. So I guess that my challenge to all the future young professionals here is to work out over your whole life how you can continue to learn from Aboriginal elders, but also do that with a sense of curiosity and where it connects with the way that you practice your professions as well.
All right. I would like to thank everyone again for attending this exciting conference. So a keystone of Curtin's values is empowering, enabling, and inspiring impact. In this conference, you will hear from some leading practitioners about their current initiatives, which are essential for making these impacts. As Perth faces challenges of becoming hotter, drier, and more fragile in 2050, we ask, what can we do to enhance sustainability and livability through the strategic planning of our cities? The future livable cities in Australia will be a place where sustainability is just not an ideal, but a lived reality and seamlessly integrated into all aspects of our urban life. And I have some figures from our university, where you can see that Curtin has already integrated the sustainable development goals across different units in different courses. So this is the data from 2021, and the arrow is indicating where we are located in Faculty of Humanities. And you can see that around 64 units are sort of like applying the principles of SDGs 11, which is the making cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. So our university aims to empower graduates to be effective agents of change in a global context, and also to elevate the Curtin's status and recognition nationally and internationally as a sustainably
uncertainties at foot. We're entering a period of time which is going to be much less stable than it has been for the last 50 years, which is no cause for panic. In fact, the unstable times are the times Simon and Garfunkel song. And in that song, there's a line that says, I was 21 when I wrote this song. And I keep thinking, after turning 21 and a bit beyond, wow, by 21, those guys were doing that. What have I been doing with my life? So what I want to say to you is, you're not students today. The future of our cities is in your hands already. You can make a difference. The thoughts and the ideas that are peculiar in some ways to you, that come from your lived experience, from your that surround us, and that's why it's also a great privilege to have people here today from the profession, and also from I believe there's quite a few people from the Water Corporation today. And those kinds of connections are really important to the way we think about those futures platforms, to try and think, how can we, in setting up our learning experiences for our students, put you directly in the face of the challenges that our cities, in this instance, are experiencing? And how do we put you in partnership with those in industry and government and corporations and communities that are grappling with these problems right at this point in time? So that's part of how we think about learning. It's what's important for us in humanities, and certainly that futures piece is very important to us. And so it's a great privilege and honour for Curtin University to have you all here today to spend some really quality time. And who knows what's going to happen today? Maybe there will be a thought that sparks up somewhere in someone's mind that will really make a difference to the way our cities operate in the future. So welcome, and I wish you all the best in in your considerations and your engagements today. To the students, I encourage you, take charge of this. Let people know what you think. Don't miss the opportunity to say what you think today, to put on the table your thoughts and to see yourself as part of formulating that future. And to those of us whose hair's a little different colour nowadays, give our students the platform to do that and the benefit of your wisdom, and thank you for the time that you're going to spend with them. So with that, I'll hand back to Swapan, and I'll wish which is disappointing because I would have liked to have heard the keynote and to hung around a little bit, especially given that part of my background has been connected to the kinds of questions that you've considered today. So all the very best, and have a great day.
All right, thanks. Thank you, Richard, for your inspiring words. So this is an inaugural conference, Impact for Livable Cities 2050. I'm really proud, as Richard indicated, that it's a sort of like connecting the students with the professionals, because the students will take charge in future for to make the cities livable. And we started with our urban and regional planning students, but I hope my head of school will allow me to expand this initiative and to have like more diverse group of students to kind of like throw their ideas and also have a very, very effective discussion, like how do we want to see our futures. So having said that, now I would like to invite Professor Sue-Ann Ware, head of School of Design and the Built Environment. Sue-Ann.
So nothing like being put on the spot, right? Originally a Los Angelesan. You speak Spanish to me, we can have a great time. But I've been in Australia for close to 30 years now. I started my career here. I'm a landscape architect by training, so in lots of ways, landscape architecture and planning had very similar beginnings in this country in terms of being a grad dip where we were trying to convert the architects, and of course, then we took over, right? But I came in to work with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities for the first 3 years of my career here. So I came in as a practitioner, and then I became an educator through a series of interesting events. I think Richard and Swapan have summarized and captured what we're doing here today. And if anything, it's a really fantastic call to action. Call to action not just for students, but also practitioners. I want to talk about two things, partially because I think you always see them in the headlines and you might hear the words, but you don't necessarily unpack them a bit. The first is around urban livability. So there are many urban livability indexes. A number of cities across Australia and across the world really have adopted these metrics to see if they're a good city. And I don't think there's anything wrong with data-informed design, but I do think, and there's some fantastic critiques, but also proponents to urban livability. But I thought I would start with kind of listing the kinds of things that urban livability takes into account. I used to run a research institute which was called Urban Livability, so I know a lot of this work by heart. Essentially, when you're looking at things that you want to know about your city, and when you want to think about your city's future, you're trying to look across a number of ways. And as planners, as future planners and urban designers, this is your bread and butter. These are all the things that get put in front of you every day at a range of scales. So first and foremost, many of you might have come here today by car or by bus, walking, cycle, multimodal transport. So accessibility and mobility are a really important feature of urban livability, not just for those who are advantaged or in a socioeconomic space who can afford things, but those who aren't. Next is housing. I cannot say enough about housing, particularly to the future generations. I'm standing in front of a group of people who I think, wow, housing for you guys, really. Housing for me, moving here was interesting. Housing for you is going to be even more. And I have to say, housing in all its diverse forms for a range of different people and a range of different ways of living. We're calling on a whole range of different practices to think about, but housing is a really important one for livability. Green spaces and environmental quality. Well, you got a landscape architect in front of you. One of my favorite things to look at, which is incredibly depressing, but also a call to action, is if you look at the amount of green space that people have accessible to them in what we call disadvantaged or marginalized communities in Australia, we're quite low in terms of Perth. It's really hard to get to a green space of high quality. And those in higher socioeconomic classes tend to have much more access. If you look at Kings Park, look at the surrounding suburbs, case in point. That doesn't mean that there isn't any access, but what we found in COVID, in fact, and again, West Coast, put it to you, close the borders, you had a little bit more mobility during COVID. But in the East Coast, where I was at the time, people in disadvantaged neighborhoods trying to find that, we had a 5-kilometer radius, trying to find green space for many of them was impossible. So that's something that needs to change. And I know that Perth and beyond are looking at that some of the things I've seen since I've been here, everything from biodiversity corridors to net zero precincts to really thinking about urban heat island effect and human thermal comfort have been very encouraging, as well as urban forestry. Social and cultural amenities. There's a whole range of things from museums to mosques to churches, but thinking about how to celebrate culture in all of its diverse forms. Economic opportunities, obviously, we are, if you like, we are, underpinning our livelihood is around access to jobs and economic opportunities across a range of endeavors, healthcare and education, governance and civic engagement, of which many of you future planners will be knee-deep in this. Inclusivity and equity, something I can't say enough about, but that's it for a different forum. I thought the second thing so those are the kind of markers you're looking at when you're thinking about livability. And those aren't my markers. They're across a range of different research institutes, but I think they're really good measures to think about if you're into data and you look at that and you want to look at Perth's livability where it was 10 years ago as to where it is now and where it wants to be in 2050. Those are pretty interesting markers to look at, because those are some of the things in both the local government, the state government, regions they'll be looking at too. There's another side to this, and this is probably where I think my practice as a landscape architect really comes into play, is really thinking about what's called a place-based approach to design and planning. And a number of the speakers today who I've looked down the list thinking, yep, they're going to talk about this, and there's some pretty amazing experts in the room about it, but I want to just give you a brief summary of those things, because I think often when we think about metrics and data, we disconnect that with where we are. One of the things I love about this room, and I am not an architect, but I like to beat them up a bit. One of the things I really like about this room is it's like the Weather Channel, right? And look, I grew up in Los Angeles. There are lots of things similar in our weather to your weather, but that rainstorm just then, it was like, And I fully appreciate with climate change, it's hotter, less water. But when I see that, it's quite, for me, it's like, and even when I'm in it, most of the time walking my dog, freezing cold, I actually, even when I'm in that kind of rain, I still come back to, it's this kind of moment of place. And so while weather plays into place, culture plays into place, many of the things about country are about place, both land, air, water, sea, family relationships. I think place-based approach to planning and design, which has evolved and many LGAs have adopted it. I'm interested in how effective it's been, because I think that's really important to understand and reflect upon. But I'll give you some tenets there as well. So the first is obviously contextual understanding. Thinking about historical, thinking about current, cultural, environmental, social contexts of a place. If you don't connect to those things as either a planner or a designer, you've lost the battle. Now, that doesn't mean you're not inventing new. It doesn't mean you're preserving everything, but it does mean you need to know about that place, regardless of the scale. So if it's an entire city, you need to know a lot. If it's a tiny parcel of land, you still need to know a lot. Community engagement, again, as someone who's worked with marginalized communities most of my professional and academic life, working with local people in all their diverse forms. I've had lots of projectiles thrown at me in my career. Sometimes they hit, sometimes deservedly. But really understanding what residents, businesses, stakeholders, elders, TOs, all of the people, and how we look at those diverse and often contested terrains, how they come together and inform what we do in practice and in principle is a really important thing. You can't always please everyone, because if you please everyone, it often becomes incredibly generic or vanilla, but you do need to hear. Local identity and character, that's something that all planners become incredibly, I would say, obsessively particular about. And I love that about working with planners, because even in my own LGA, when I spend a lot of time there, I think I notice everything. Then I talk to a planner and they're like, yeah, but have you looked at such and such? Have you noticed such and such? And then they push me out to a much wider scale, 1 to 250,000, and they say something like, and the water catchment's this. So I think that what planners do and embody in terms of that local identity and character, some people read as maybe, kind of, if you think about Fremantle or a place like that, but they're much more expansive in the way that planners work in that space. Sustainability and resilience, I think you're going to hear a lot about that today. What does that mean in the 21st century? What does it mean in terms of just sustainability? What does it mean in terms of ecological, social, political sustainability? All of those things are part of what you're going to find out throughout your education, but I think you're going to hear a lot about it today in many different contexts, both international and local. Integrated and holistic planning. So those two words will change a lot over the lifetime of your career. I think back when I started practice, it was a different, I think we called it something different in America, but really what you're trying to do is think about various scenarios, very complex scenarios, how to integrate them both at a LGA scale and sometimes even smaller, but also at a much wider scale. So if you think about, and if you're from Perth, I don't think you're called Perthians, but I'll use that term. If you're from this area, if you think about this place 20 years ago, and if you think about it 50 years ago, how was integrated and holistic planning thought of now or then, and how should it be in the future? Really trying to take into account a range of complexities, right? And I'm not sure we've done that well in Australia. I'm not sure we've done it well in Los Angeles as a city of 33 million people and lots of roads if you've ever been there. But I do know that we can't continue on to ignore it. The planet's telling us, the people are telling us. So it's something that I hope your generation does really well. Scalability and flexibility, that plays into that. Anything that works on a block size should also work for a big picture. Collaborative governance. So we are in the heart of, an American talking about what I would call a democratic crisis, right? As you would all know, please don't throw things yet. But I think that the reason that perhaps we're in such polar times with our governmentality, particularly overseas, is because we haven't been collaborative in our governance. And I obviously have my own political assuasions, but not being able to find a middle ground, finding a place to meet in the middle has created a very, what I would say, flummoxing condition, as well as not actually engaging with the people you represent in governance. So I think those are really nice tenets to leave you with. I'm going to stay for a little while, as long as I possibly can. I have other meetings, but they're not boring university meetings. They're actually pretty fun meetings today. But I am quite curious to hear what colleagues are here today to speak with you about, but also what you have to say. So thank you for welcoming me to planning. Thank you for welcoming me to Perth. And I'm looking forward to meeting you all as you progress through your degree. Cheers.
Thank you. All right. Thanks, Suen, for expanding the topic and nicely set the scene. So he had a accident in his family, so he could not come here. But thanks to Peter for stepping in this position. So I'd like to invite David and Peter to be here, and then we can start our keynote session. Yep. All right, thanks, guys. All right. So our first keynote is on planning challenge context, and will be delivered by Professor David Caddy. So David has nearly 15 years of experience in urban and regional planning. He led the Western Australian largest planning consultancy, served as executive chairman, and later became WPC chairman. David also held academic roles as professor and adjunct professor at UWA, with expertise in statutory planning and project management and policy development. He's also a life fellow of the Planning Institute of Australia. So I'll hand over to David for his keynote speech.
Thank you. Do you want me to come over?
Yeah, please. All right, so if you want to use this with a great. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me, Swapn, to address the conference today. I think it's only the second time in my career that I've been billed as a keynote address, so I'm very pleased with that. And it's probably the first time, I've known Peter for 40 years or so, it's the first time that we've actually shared a platform together. And look, I'd like to begin by acknowledging that we are meeting today on the traditional lands of the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation and pay our respect to their elders past and present. And it's my pleasure today to speak to you on a crucial topic of urban planning for the future, focusing on the challenges and opportunities that we face. As planners, industry professionals and decision makers, and even interested members of the community, such as some of you here today, we must inspire and strategise on how we can drive positive outcomes for our communities and the challenges of urban growth, technological evolution and climate change. The challenges are substantial as we navigate the journey towards accommodating a population of 3.5 million people in Perth and Peel, and farther afield to regional cities such as Geraldton, Bunbury and Albany. But so are the rewards that come with shaping a vibrant, sustainable and livable city. This vision demands collaborative efforts, innovative thinking and strategic planning, areas where the Western Australian Planning Commission plays a critical role. Planning is fundamentally about managing and responding to change, whether that be population growth, economic shifts, technological advancements, evolving social expectations or climate impacts. It is about creating long-term plans and policies that navigate these changes while enhancing what we value most in our communities. Livability is at the core of our planning efforts to create environments where people can thrive and enjoy a high quality of life. A good livable environment encompasses access to jobs, education, healthcare, community and cultural facilities, safe and pleasant streets, our natural environment and generally nice places to be. In practical terms, livability means having a choice of housing, being able to get down to the beach on a hot day, walking your children to school down leafy streets, chatting with neighbours, meeting friends at a local cafe, park or library, not having to commute for more than an hour a day, being able to afford to get to work and the shops, breathing in clean air and exploring interesting, idiosyncratic places. The COVID-19 pandemic highlighted the importance of these aspects of daily life and reinforced our commitment to creating livable cities. The Perth and Peel at 3.5 million framework is a comprehensive plan that focuses on accommodating significant population growth while ensuring that Perth remains a livable and sustainable city. I don't quite know what happened there. Got it back, thanks. It outlines the need for approximately 800,000 new homes to accommodate the projected population growth. Almost half of these, that's a minimum of 380,000 new dwellings, are sought to be provided through increased infill development, predominantly in existing suburbs and around key public transport locations. Most of these dwellings, in fact, will be located within the 19 metropolitan local government areas that we call the Central Planning Region. Perth and Peel at 3.5 emphasises managing urban expansion, promoting infill development and protecting our natural and built environments. A key element of this strategy is MetroNet. I'm sure you've all heard of MetroNet, which aims to consolidate development around train stations and well-serviced locations. This not only reduces urban sprawl, but also ensures that residents have easy access to public transport, jobs and amenities. Good design of precincts, guided by the neighbourhood and precinct design policies, is crucial to creating a vibrant, functional and attractive city. Our vision is for Perth to be recognised as one of the world's most livable cities by 2050. Achieving this requires an holistic approach that balances economic growth, social inclusion and environmental stewardship. Fostering a diverse and inclusive community where everyone has access to high quality education, healthcare and recreational facilities is paramount. This vision requires forward planning, well-developed policy, careful and significant investment, and aligned decision-making across all levels of government, local, state, and in some cases, federal government, and within the planning community. It is a constant work in progress to keep all settings current and systems working together. Building on our strengths in technology and innovation will go towards creating a smart city that offers efficient public services, a sophisticated evidence base for decision-making, and enhances the quality of life for all our residents. Key to this vision is the integration of green and blue infrastructure, such as parks, green roofs, water-sensitive urban design. These elements, which have significant health benefits, not only enhance the aesthetic value of our urban spaces, but also contribute to climate resilience by reducing the urban heat island effect and managing stormwater runoff. While much of our focus is on the Perth and Peel regions, it's essential to recognise the unique planning needs of other areas in Western Australia. The Bunbury Geograph Sub-Regional Strategy, for example, outlines a vision for further growth in the southwest, leveraging the region's natural beauty, strong communities and the economic potential. The strategy aims to balance growth with the preservation of the area's unique lifestyle, addressing challenges such as infrastructure development and environmental sustainability. Specifically, the strategy identifies the Bunbury metropolitan area and promotes it as Western Australia's second city. It also supports investment to diversify Colley's economy and grow the hinterland settlements in the sub-region. Similarly, the Leeuwin Naturalist Sub-Regional Strategy addresses the rapid growth and emerging challenges in this coastal region, including urban expansion, tourism management, and protection of biodiversity. These strategies provide clear directions for sustainable development, ensuring that both regions can thrive while maintaining their environmental and cultural integrity. So let's look at climate change. Climate change poses significant challenges to urban planning. I'm sure we're all aware of that. Rising temperatures, increased frequency of extreme weather events, and sea level rise require comprehensive strategies to lessen impacts and strengthen resilience. Our response must include enhancing green infrastructure, promoting sustainable transportation, and improving energy efficiency in buildings and infrastructure, such as setting stringent energy efficiency standards for new development and retrofitting existing structures to reduce energy consumption and greenhouse emissions. Exploring opportunities to integrate renewable energy sources such as solar and wind into our urban grid would contribute to a more sustainable and resilient energy system. We also need long-term strategies to manage water resources effectively, ensuring that Western Australia has sustainable supplies to meet future demands. A new climate change policy unit has recently been established in the Department of Planning, Lands and Heritage to further explore what changes to planning policy are necessary to meet the climate challenges head-on. With livability at the core of our planning efforts, the state government's urban greening strategy for Perth and Peel is one of many initiatives contributing to creating more amenity and sustainable climate resilient places. It complements long-standing initiatives such as the reservation and public acquisition of regional reserves and foreshores and the Bush Forever program, which is securing remnant bushland across Perth. Our vision is to balance the retention and integration of natural elements into urban spaces, strengthening their sense of place, ensuring a sustainable built future, and boosting wellness benefits for all who live, work and play in the Perth and Peel regions. The strategy will focus on mechanisms and actions to increasing tree canopy, urban green spaces, promoting biodiversity and improving air quality. Urban forests, green corridors, urban gardens, public open space and green building are integral to this vision, providing environmental benefits and enhancing the well-being of our communities. By increasing tree canopy and green spaces, we can offset the urban heat island effect, which is projected to intensify over time. If you're not already familiar with the term, the urban heat island effect refers to the noticeable increase in temperatures in urban areas compared to their rural surroundings, primarily due to the concentration of buildings, roads and other heat-absorbing hard surfaces. This effect exacerbates heat waves, increases energy consumption and adversely affects human health. The urban greening strategy will build on existing initiatives such as the Urban Forest Dashboard, Waterwise Perth and the Urban Greening Grants Program and tree planting programs run by local government, the Department of Biodiversity, Conservation and Attractions and the Water Corporation, amongst other agencies. With consistent urban forest and tree canopy measurement data, we're better able to monitor progress and pursue practical steps towards a greener Perth and Peel. The urgency of these efforts is underscored by climate change, a key driver for the urban greening strategy. Recent modelling indicates temperatures will rise an average of 1.64 degrees Celsius from 2005 to 2050, potentially increasing heat-related deaths by more than 60%. Research also shows that being able to access and see green spaces, trees and nature also have significant mental health benefits. While government is preparing the urban greening strategy, there is a shared responsibility and the need for community support to achieve its effective implementation to create a greener and cooler environment. Western Australia has been at the forefront of significant planning reforms to ensure our urban development meets the needs of our growing population while maintaining high standards of livability and sustainability. Many of these stem from the government's action plan for planning reform, which sought to ensure that planning creates great places for people, planning is easier to understand and navigate, and planning systems are consistent and efficient. Post-COVID, there's been a strong focus on streamlined and responsive decision-making and supporting the delivery of housing in the face of high demand and diminishing affordability. The Minister for Planning met the new Planning Commission last Wednesday, and he opened the meeting by just looking at the 9 assembled commissioners, including myself, and he said, "I've got 3 words for you. They are housing, housing and housing." So essentially everything that we do in the Planning Commission space, the planning portfolio, must have a housing lens run over it. So some recent initiatives have included new ways to assess and determine major projects presented by developers, such as the establishment of the significant development pathway and the formation of, or the reformation of development assessment panels, or DAPs, JDAPs as they were known in the past. The introduction of the medium density housing code to promote better designed infill and townhouses and greater housing diversity responsive to our changing needs. It's not just about improving house design, but also promoting more efficient use of land and facilitating quality infill and density in locations well serviced by amenities to make better use of these. The Commission plays a crucial role in these reforms, providing advice to government and implementing the approved regulations and processes to deliver quality planning outcomes. This often involves complex and difficult and sometimes unpopular decisions. However, the expertise of the Commission ensures that careful consideration is given to each, taking into account the legislative framework, policies, strategies and objectives, and the feedback we receive from other agencies such as the Department of Water and Environmental Regulation and Community Engagement. So I've talked about housing, but the cost of providing housing is a significant challenge that the government is facing. It's undermining the feasibility and affordability of housing. The state government's housing diversity pipeline aims to create a steady supply of diverse housing options. The initial phase of the program has focused on repurposing surplus government land to delivery initiatives and including a proportion of social housing. By harnessing the expertise of the private sector, it explores opportunities for site-specific solutions to deliver better community outcomes. By promoting mixed-use developments in locations with good access to jobs and incorporating quality green spaces and community facilities, we aim to foster places where people can live, work and play within their local areas, reducing the need for longer commutes and enhancing social cohesion. The second phase of the housing diversity pipeline will seek proposals from industry to identify state-owned land and submit a proposal to purchase and develop it to deliver additional housing supply. And that was announced yesterday by the Premier. This initiative presents a further opportunity to leverage the expertise, experience and capacity of industry to address the demand for housing across Western Australia in partnership with the state government. The Infrastructure Development Fund is another crucial component of the strategy to make Perth a more livable city by 2050. This fund supports projects by assisting with the cost of resolving water, wastewater and electricity infrastructure constraints in particular to help deliver housing in infill areas and Metronet precincts, and key worker accommodation and community housing in regional areas. So far, of the $80 million in that fund, $37 million has been dispersed, mainly towards medium density development, which will lead to another 2,700 dwelling units being built in Perth. Now, you'd all be familiar with the activity around the city's public transport system. I've already mentioned Metronet. Metronet is the largest investment in public transport that Perth has seen, delivering approximately 72 kilometres of new passenger rail and 23 new stations. Investment in rail will act as a catalyst for land use change in over 8,000 hectares of land within walkable catchments around Metronet stations, supporting the growth of the Perth metropolitan region over the next 50 to 100 years. The challenge we have, excuse me, is making sure that that land is used effectively and is simply not put out to developers in order to get a 2 or 3 story product. So that's something that we're working with the Minister to achieve at the moment. Bayswater Station, Lakelands and the Yanchep rail extension are now operational, with construction well underway for the Morley-Ellenbrook line, which is anticipated to open later in 2024. Other Metronet projects currently under construction include the Byford rail extension and the Thornley-Coburn line. Metronet station precincts are being designed and developed to be inviting, active, safe and inclusive places for their local communities. Over time, they will offer new housing, services, employment and recreation opportunities in locations that benefit from high quality public transport. Urban growth around Metronet stations can provide a model for the next generation of transit-oriented development in Perth, promoting positive community perceptions about livable density and help to shape market trends and contributing to achieving the state government's metropolitan housing targets under Perth and Peel at 3.5 million. Metronet station precincts will continue to develop and evolve for many years after the transport infrastructure is delivered. The responsibility for realising this vision is a collaborative effort shared by all levels of government as well as industry and the
transport, particularly for his work on saving and rebuilding Perth's rail system. So, and he also was awarded the WS Scientist of the Year in 2018 and 19. And I'll hand over to Peter.
Thank you. Set it up.
Yeah, I'll set that up.
Let me start talking.
Yep.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
So, is this the clicker?
Okay. Thanks a lot. And let me just fill that out a little bit with the more human side of it. I was asked in 2001 to go and work with the Premier on the state sustainability strategy. Jeff Gallop at the time, Rhodes Scholar, rang me up and said, because I played cricket with him mostly, he said, can you tell me what a sustainability strategy would be for the state? Because I have no idea and we've got a commitment to do one. And I said, sure, no problem. I had no idea, of course. And in those years, I was there for 3 years in the Premier's office, we got together every government department to try and work out what it meant. And we had over 200 public events trying to work it out. And I never knew the difference between industry people, community people, government people, because we were all in the same boat. And it's like that now because of net zero. But it was a fascinating time. And the only people who could help me do it.
As we are doing a live stream, I just need to, because your face is not.
Oh, I turned this around. Is that the problem?
No, that's all right. Oh. Thank you.
Better. Okay. What was I saying? The process that we went through was very much a collaborative one, and we worked it out. That definition that David gave for the sustainability about integrating environmental protection, social cohesion, economic prosperity. The only difference is David and a lot of others now call it balancing those three. I don't like balancing because that means you trade them off. You have to integrate it, and that's the problem that we all have to face, how to do the integration. And that's still the case. It's now net zero with the SDGs, because net zero has become the most significant issue around the world to work out what sustainability means, how to integrate that into everything. Now, yesterday was a very important day because passed through Parliament in the Senate was a new version of the ASIC Act, which is the Corporations Act, which requires every business in Australia to have a regulated, certified net zero strategy. Everyone, by the 1st of January 2025. It's now happening. It was voluntary up until now. Everyone was trying to do it, but in the end it didn't matter because it was voluntary. You must do it now. So that shapes everything in this whole agenda that we're talking about today, because you've got to do it. Now, not everybody knows how to do it. So you guys are coming through. You don't have to say you don't know how to do it. You'll say, I'll work it out now. We'll do it together, because there is some guidance. We have 270 students in our master's program now, all trying from all through Asia, all now trying to do the same thing. And it is a question of working it out with a clear sense that this must now be done properly, because the Act was all about greenwashing. Most of the voluntary stuff that's come in so far, and if it goes through the whole process of the shareholders agreeing to it and everything, then it has to be done. And ASIC is getting in there and fining over 200 companies for not doing it right because it was just greenwashing. They weren't actually doing it. The other week, a new firm one of the big superannuation companies was fined $11 million for greenwashing. So you've got to be serious now. This is no longer waving a flag saying, oh yeah, we're going to do a bit on the environment. It's central now. So that's my little introduction, but let me just go back to what I wanted to talk about and recognise the Indigenous people at this stage who, right through this period of the last 10,000 years, when we had a stable climate and we created cities and agriculture in that period, they were also around during 60,000 years when the temperature went down considerably globally, and it's the Ice Age periods. They survived that as well. They knew how to do it. But in cities and agriculture, we are entering a new phase where we don't know how to manage climate because we've had no experience of the kind of extremes we're moving into. This is what's driving everything now. The extraordinary changes are happening very quickly. So we're leaving the safe operating space. And how to make rapid change is the big agenda. And can cities lead the way? They have to. Paris has a climate action plan. White Gum Valley was the first net zero urban development anywhere in the world that we could find. And even the seat of Curtin with Kate Cheney have their own net zero path that they've worked on. A lot of detail. So net zero is about rapid decline in fossil fuel use, increasing use of green infrastructure to enable more and more drawdown of CO2 as we go into the future. As soon as we hit net zero, there will be global cooling immediately. That is the physics of it. So we have a period where it is going to be getting hotter still globally, and there will be a lot of intense weather changes. So we went through the net zero process for a while, and then in Paris, the Paris Agreement astonished everyone how quickly things got taken on because 197 countries agreed to it. How did that happen? It happened because of the process being driven by the Groundswell Initiative, which is where environmental groups from around the world got together with business groups and said, look, this is the same agenda. We all have to do this together. So it was immediately agreed to. How can governments disagree with that if business and the environmental groups are saying the same thing? And that continues today. Now, in the IPCC, this set of graphs came out, very significant for me, because for the first time, you had hope. And it's not an easy thing to say, but a lot of the science has been designed to try and scare people. This is now showing we can actually do it, because what happened here, all of these are rapid declines in the cost of all of the key technologies, and therefore the dramatic uptake, the orange curves, the exponential growth in their adoption. It's even more dramatic now. If you update this and see how wind, solar, EVs and batteries are growing at super exponential rates, not just fast, so fast you can't take it in. This is disruptive innovation. What was it? Disruptive thinking. Thank you, Swapan, for that. This is what we need. It is no longer just a matter of slow change. The world is disrupting. So we have to be very rapid in this change. Cities are responsible for more than 70% of global greenhouse gases, so they need to change. And the net zero trajectory has to be done in all parts of the city, whether it's the old city that was built around walking, the mid-range suburbs which were built around public transport, and the outer suburbs, which are mostly built around cars. And that process is changing quite rapidly. But our approach is to look at precincts, and precincts are what urban planners take on. They are sets of houses and businesses that together form a kind of neighbourhood or local area. And then the next one is how you can get groups of them together, collections, and finally corridors of them. So net zero corridors is one of the big parts of the work we're doing in CUSP. We've got 20 researchers now working on this project. And this is the fundamental idea of it. You've got solar coming into the systems very rapidly, batteries and electric vehicles fitting together, but how do you make them all integrated? That word again. You integrate them with smart cities technologies, all kinds. And that smart city stuff has to be done collaboratively, because no one knows how to do that unless you do it as a group. And that's the kind of thing we're taking on in the different case studies that we're doing. One of them is the Curtin Exchange precinct, which is a net zero development. You really should get to understand how they've done it. Amazing amount of solar integrated to that, water sensitive design, all kinds of innovations are there. And that process is also linked to a public transport centre, and that hopefully will be where we can get a trackless tram in the future. But the whole process is to work through the design, the certification, the integration into the grid, and the governance, all elements of planning and delivery, actual processes, practical processes. So we've got case studies throughout Perth, and some of them are listed here, and we've got some in the eastern states as well. One of the case studies, the East Village, follows the White Gum Valley project. This is the next phase of that. And that is a shared battery and shared water irrigation system from a bore, and that's being built now. When Josh did the work on that, he was the designer involved in that, and he in this business. Compared to Perth average, all of these different elements were integrated. So it's a complete net zero project, but it cost less, 20% less, because these innovations are now so cheap compared to where they were, and they're getting cheaper. So each of these elements, you have to integrate them, and they can make a far better development. Now, these are selling like hotcakes. People want to live in these, and they are very relatively important, but that whole process is not yet understood in terms of how we make it mainstream. How do we put it into planning schemes? How do we make it part of the daily work that you would be doing as planners? So what about this net zero corridors idea? Now, my background, as Swapan says, in transport, and some of the regarded as the most important books in urban planning, it turned out, when we wrote that Cities and Automobile Dependence. It really changed things, because we were the first book to actually get numbers on how cities worked in terms of transport, land use, and energy. And the American cities came out really bad, and they were so angry about that. I was not a popular person for a while. But then a lot of young people came along and said, we can change this, can't we? But the whole structures were built around building more and more car-based dependence. So then we began to do work on the solutions, and the second book was very much about how you could overcome automobile dependence. And now how really it's the idea of creating more automobile dependence is dead. We have to do better cities than that. And that's certainly the case with that more and more people are seeing it. This week, the Sydney Metro opened. That was a project that I was part of early on, and it was announced by the Transport Minister, Joe Halen. The Sydney Metro confirms that we are a great global city. Now, we have a PhD student, Kate Myrick from Urbis, whose PhD is about what is a great city. And all the data shows that unless you have a quality public transport system with activated places around every station, you do not have a great city. You cannot have the data showing that the economic, social, environmental outcomes are all integrated and making what we know is a great city. Now, we've started that journey. Certainly the Metronet's a fantastic thing that will be seen in history as enabling us to be a great city. But we still don't have enough of what David called the housing that would be eventually around our stations. We've got a lot of car parks around them, and we have a lot of opportunity there, but that opportunity's got to be grabbed now. And then we've got to think about how we go across the suburbs to those long, very impressive, fast, and as good as any city in the world, those trains that go along the corridors. But you've got to get across the corridor to link them. So that's the project that we are now working on is how to get these corridors like pearls along a string and on main roads. So where do we put these well-located TODs? You can put them along main roads, which at the moment are not set up for quality urban development because they're traffic sewers. But if you can take one lane of it and convert it into something that is more like a tram boulevard, then you've got opportunities for well-located housing and social housing as part of it. And we've worked with most of the local governments in Perth on this concept, and no one disagrees with it. They want it. It's not the agenda of the Main Roads Department to do. It'll have to be achieved politically by everybody saying that's what we want. But it will convert places like Cecil Avenue in Cannington, which does not look like that, but that's what they want to make it look like. They want to have that integrated housing, walkable, green environments. And this is also what we're now seeing coming through in most of the cities in Australia. We've worked with Monash and RMIT on this project, which is called the Caulfield-Rowville development. This is going to the state government there. It's a project to do net zero precincts all along a corridor that doesn't have trams in Melbourne. So the future can be more like this. It can be transformed. The context of this, Peter Calthorpe is working with us in our project. Peter Calthorpe is the inventor of transit-oriented development. He's very famous in America, and he's got a new project. It's called the Grand Boulevards. The AB 2011 is the California Planning Act that has been changed to enable this. So it's a very big project. And it is about transforming main roads into affordable housing boulevards. Now, that little picture there is a little strange because it's got these little kind of autonomous little buses, which is what he picked to transform these boulevards. And we've had a good discussion about this since, and they've disappeared from his concept, and he's now got the much more efficient mid-tier transit trackless trams idea. And so that's the, keep pressing the wrong thing here. So it's on El Camino Real. If you've ever been to California, this is a major road that goes right across from Mexico right up through California into the areas to the north. And it is a historic road. It was, in fact, the kind of thing that we would have called a songline in historic times, but it was where the missions were built. Then it was a tramway area, and now has become a traffic sewer. Nobody would want to live or work on it these days, but he wants it transformed into the Grand Boulevard. So he's talking about 400,000 affordable housing units with $15,000 a year saving in living costs. And all the designs look like this, and he's trying to get all of the groups together to make that happen. And it now has the trackless tram. But you can see the outcomes are all very strong in terms of reduced car dependence, reduced cost for utilities and transport, less energy, less water. All of that is the agenda we're talking about, and it's now firmly out there, and everybody's looking now, how do you do it? So let's see what we can do about transforming main roads into net zero corridors as part of this agenda. Thanks very much.
So what I'd like to do now is proceed to, I guess, an opportunity to ask questions of the speakers. What we'll do is we'll do show of hands, and we have a spare mic.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, we've got the spare mic. What we'll do is we'll leave the mic up here and just ask you to speak really loudly. Put your hands up. I also have some questions to start the world off. And so my question for both the gentlemen on the table is, as we look forward into the future in 2050, we can think around greater human pathogenic disease risk. And when we think around what happened during the COVID time, our sort of really rapid response, what are the sort of things that we learned from them that we can integrate into our planning for cities in the future?
Thank you. Yeah. Is this on? Yeah. Yeah, great. Look, thank you very much for the question. What we did see, obviously, with Perth and Peel at 3.5 million, we have a time frame of 2050 to accommodate those 800,000 extra dwellings within Perth and Peel. We were tracking, we had a target of 47%. I'm just giving you a bit of context here. By the time we got to 2019, keep in mind this was originally a 2015 document, which was then finally released in 2018. By the time we got to 2019, we were tracking at 41% infill. So of our 47% target, 41% of the development in Perth and Peel in 2019 was actually infill development. In 2021, that dropped to 21%. So you can see how quickly we went backwards because people decided at that particular point. That's better, thanks. So people then very quickly became averse to living in apartments, and it was quite noticeable. Now, I'm not a public health expert, but there was evidence to say that that was probably an unfounded issue, that these dwellings were quite safe, even though they may have been in an apartment building. So from our point of view, we found out very quickly that people then moved away from apartments. We have very few apartments being built now in places that we would consider to be affordable. And the Minister keeps reminding me of that. All of the luxury apartments are going into the western suburbs, along the river or on the ocean. So effectively, we're not getting the product that we need to house vulnerable people away from those areas. So we're not producing an affordable product. And that's the market doing that. We do, luckily, we've come now full circle, and through the significant development pathway, we are getting quite a few student accommodation developments in, and I'm talking buildings that are in the order of 8 to 15 stories. And surprisingly, they're all around, non-surprisingly, all around NWA. So that's going to fill some part of that market. But essentially it's education. We've got to educate people to get back into the, shall we say, apartment space, townhouse space. I was presenting a paper yesterday, and one of the questions that came back was, well, should we actually ban the development of any future single residential dwellings, single house dwellings? And of course, that's something that would be a total anathema to the market. It's something that, of course, we promote apartment living.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting that much, that's for sure. I think there will be a market that can be developed, but it has to be part of a package that is enabling the attractiveness of that living site to be something that really attracts developers to want to put money into it. And that's the basis of our Grand Boulevard, the Tram Boulevard idea, is that you would make a very attractive site along that for people to live and work. And that means you have to then develop it with the private sector totally involved. You cannot do what has been happening so far with Metronet. Most new rail projects in the world are now done as public-private projects, where the housing that is needed can be part of the package of how you build a new infrastructure. This is new for transport to do in Perth, but it is happening. The Sydney projects are nearly all being done this way. Certainly all the Chinese new Metronet systems across all of their cities have been public-private developments. They're not being dropped on by just government money. They are done in partnership with those station precincts that need to be developed for housing and urban development around it. So it is a different approach, and it is something that is happening around the world, and we do need to learn from it and say, let's at least now take the Tram Boulevard idea and put that into practice in a way that is a public-private partnership. So the developers will come and build this affordable housing as part of those projects if they are done in partnership. If you have to just leave it to the market, you will get Western Suburbs houses, which apartments, which is a big change for me also, because the Western Suburbs used to oppose every time I talked about density. Now they're all desperate for it because they want to leave their big houses and go and live in a place that's a little more easy to manage. The baby boomers are all getting into the time of going into aged people's homes, and they want to have their views. So it's suddenly popular in the Western Suburbs. Well, we need to see how we can do that across our city and do it where they are well located for transit.
Thank you, gentlemen. Both, that idea, I guess, of lots of challenges that we have now, but then all these disruptive ideas that are going to be coming over the next 25 years as well. So, if you get some questions, that you guys have a chance to sort of think around what's coming up this week. What's come to mind during this presentation? You can have a crack first. Thank you.
So you both spoke about affordable housing and free housing and housing that's efficient. How do we ensure that's affordable? Because we've spoken a lot about affordability, but what are the kinds of measures that we make to make sure it doesn't turn into, because they're new, because they're nice, and because they're close to the train station, that doesn't become expensive?
Thank you. Just run that back. And I've got chocolates for questions as well, just to try and speed it up a bit.
Sure, we'll go on. Better I can see. The affordable housing side of it, oh dear, did we get one too?
You get a strong handshake from
that. Yeah, look, we have been working on this for some time with partner communities involved in it. There are all kinds of mechanisms for enabling that to be affordable. It is a major issue in most cities around the world, how to do it. And there are many different approaches. Canadians have far more cooperative housing. About 30% of their housing is done that way. And that enables a whole process of the community housing, which we do have, but it's very small. If they were given more opportunity to be part of those partnerships, so that they can access money and for affordable housing that enables them to work with communities and enable those the people that they support to be part of that development. Developers will always respond if you regulate it and say yes, you need to have a certain 30% affordable housing in it. They'll do it as long as they can make money. So you've got to be able to enable enough density for that to happen. All of those sort of things are part of what we're putting into our project on the basis of a model that was developed by Peter Calthorpe in America. Calthorpe and Associates had the Envision Tomorrow model, this scenario, which enabled you to put in a certain amount of density in affordable housing and find what that means in terms of the outcomes, financial outcomes for the developer and for the state government and local government. How much money are they going to make from these developments? And to do it in a way that can be collaborative. So local communities need to be part of that discussion. Mostly they'll say, no, we don't want density, but when they see that you will not get any development there unless it's a certain density, that's the only way a developer can get the investment to make it work. That's the kind of thing that we have to have as a tool. We don't have that tool at the moment. This will be available from us in about a year, and it will be fully online, open source.
Now, David, I could see in your eyes you wanted to answer that question too, so I'll hand over to you.
Thank you. Peter's already touched on the involvement of the Department of Communities. So we have a definition of affordability at the moment. We don't have a definition of social housing. The National Planning Blueprint, we had to respond, as in all state governments, by 5 p.m. last Monday. Our response does recognise that every state in Australia every state and territory has a different definition of affordable. So we're recommending that we all get together and actually come up with a universally recognised definition. The other policy that we are developing at the moment, the Commission, is a policy that will incentivise the provision of affordable housing and social housing within apartment developments. And those incentives, I can't tell you what they are just yet, but we're hoping that they will see a greater increase of proportion of affordable dwellings in these new developments.
Thank you. So if we've got enough time for another couple of questions. I saw a hand there, then a hand there, so we'll go over to Dan first.
How can we implement sustainable practices in remote locations where the aforementioned challenges that you mentioned, David, around resources and labour deficits are amplified? How do we enable participation in these areas where they also have elevated scepticism?
Thank you. The Commission visited our 9 planning regions. We've got 10 planning regions in the state. Perth and Peel are both separate planning regions, but we class them as one at the moment. So we've got the Perth and Peel framework. There are 8 other planning regions, and the Commission visited all 8 regions during 2022 in order to develop our new regional planning strategies. The story from Kununurra to Esperance was just the same. We do not have the housing to house the workers to build the housing that we need. So it's a universal problem throughout the state, or throughout the country, of course, at the moment. And as much money as the government seeks to invest in unlocking infrastructure in regional centres, again, the supply chain issues mean that we can't get the pipes and wires, the contractors, the consultants to be able to put together the packages. So it really is a never-ending circle at the moment. I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, I'll tell you a little story. I have a son that lives in Derby. He did town painting at Curtin. He now works on Indigenous music production up there. And he's very good with his hands. He can make anything. And as are most of the people living in those remote areas, they're very, very, very good at building and doing things. And however, they're not really allowed to sort of build their own homes. I reckon there's a project there to try and get Indigenous people particularly, but any remote areas, which always have this problem of never being able to get the appropriately safe legal systems to build their houses for them, and to enable a lot more creative opportunities to be given to people to help build their own places in these centres. There's a lot more use of local materials rather than transporting them all up from Midland Brick all the way up there. And yet they've got clay, they can make things. So those opportunities, I think, ought to be pursued much more effectively. But it needs some creative bureaucrats to get involved in that. So good luck.
Thank you, Chairman. And I'll take the last question here for today.
There's kind of a question about transport. Do you think we should be prioritising like small scale projects like the trackless trams that you that you're talking about, or bigger projects like National or like Hexagon?
Yeah, well, yeah, that's been my life, working on those projects. We desperately needed the Metronet kind of scale to begin with, to set the framework up for our city. And it's been a very big project and extraordinary commitment of time and money to do it. We had to achieve it all politically. There was no bureaucracy to do it. They had to be built. And it's there now. The systems are building these, and we're even making the trains locally. So it's an extraordinary journey for me to have seen, to be part of it in some way. But the next stage is very important to get right. And Metronet 2.0 has got to be how we link it all together and build affordable housing along those net zero corridors. Everyone has to do net zero now. Every development needs to be. So that just goes without saying. I didn't mention that affordable also means lots of solar and lots of opportunity to build houses that are going to last rather than be made of asbestos or whatever. That kind of process of making affordable housing poor quickly is never hopefully going to happen again. But we will need to have a framework for that and a new approach to it. And I just can't see how we can do it unless it's fully in partnership with developers who have that vision, know what to do, can get the money, and can work with the communities to enable all of those integrated solutions to be found.
Thank you, Peter. And David, how would you feel about that question?
It's a very interesting question. Metronet, of course, is our primary tier in terms of the transport network. And Peter, of course, forgot to mention then that he was thinking about it the whole time, but forgot to mention mid-tier transit. So essentially, the trackless tram is the mid-tier transit system. It links the activity nodes, it links the stations on the network. The problem that we have at the moment, it's not a problem. The state government is committed to the provision of electric buses. So the state government's entered into a contract to buy electric buses. I've given Peter an undertaking that the Commission will protect the mid-tier transit corridors, and whether they are used for electric buses or for trackless trams or for something else, that's beside the point. We will protect the corridors for that mid-tier transit.
No, that's fine. I think we'll need both And yeah, the difference of the mid-tier transit, the tram boulevards, is that they would be a lot faster and carry more people. They can carry, you can get three to five carriages along these systems, and they would be just along the road. They can go along following a white line. They don't need to have catenaries above. They have batteries on the roof. These are working well in other parts of the world, mostly China. We're the city that has mostly made a focus on this. All of our research papers are quoted all around the world, and everyone's saying this will be the next thing by the look of it. But there's a few places now going to do it. Malaysia probably going to be beating us before we do. But it is a new technology. It's very smart. It's very net zero, and it's the kind of thing. Every time we talk to developers, they say we would build around that, but we won't build around a bus, even if it's electric. That's the difference.
Thank you, gentlemen. Look, I just want to say thank you again, and a round of applause, please, from the. Look, part of what we're doing in this unit is sort of really recognising that speed that students are going to have to come out of the universities now and start tackling these problems. So when I started in university, I just never got the chance to speak to leaders that had achieved in their own careers really significant outcomes, had really strong thinking and really good practical application of that thinking as well. So for me, this was a real opportunity for the students. So I want to thank you all. And so I have 4 chocolates left to present you as a thank you. And you can fight over them. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much. And then we'll have a 10-minute break. 10 minutes. There's I think there's some.
Yeah, some light.
Yeah, and we'll be back. We'll just speed it up.
So you And then I'll set you up for the presentation. Okay. Yep. You just need to wait for the signal from the table because we are also live streaming. So the technology already is there. Yeah. Good. Yeah, we must click on. All right, welcome back. So our second session is on sustainable transport. We have Kelly Cummings from Department of Transport. And so transport is obviously a critical component of the cities and has a profound impacts on the livability of urban life. And we'll hear from Kelly about the key challenges and also in this sector and the future of active transport, decarbonizing vehicles and be more adaptive to climate change. Obviously, we have got a lot of food for thoughts from our keynote speakers. And obviously, it is a great opportunity now to listen to our leading practitioners in this field, how we can make sure that we can follow this kind of trend and make our city more resilient and livable for the future generation as well. So I would like to invite Kelly for her presentation, and I'll help you to set you up here. So this is we just the thing, and yeah, you're all good. Just give me a second. I need to get a confirmation from Ashik.
Do I need to stay here for the microphone?
Yeah. So you can just stay there to see if we can see you in online.
Yeah. Good.
Can you check if I can see Kelly?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Good to go?
Yeah.
All right. Thanks. Thanks for the introduction. So my name's Callie. So I'm the Principal Sustainability Project Officer with the Transport Portfolio here in WA. So I'm here to basically give a bit of a rundown on some of the sustainability challenges that we're facing with both climate adaptation and carbon emissions reduction, and then what the government is trying to achieve at this point. So I'll just give a quick acknowledgement of country from the Department of Transport. So the Government of Western Australia acknowledges the traditional custodians throughout Western Australia and their continuing connection to the land, waters and community. And we pay our respect to all members of the Aboriginal communities and their cultures, and to the elders both past and present. So sustainable transport solutions. Why do we need it? And what exactly is it? A little bit of, I guess, my thunder was stolen with the last question that was asked in the last presentation, is where should we be investing our money? What are the priorities? And from my position, it's a combination of everything. To achieve net zero or true zero, we've got to cover all aspects. So from land, air, sea. So what I didn't really want to focus too much on today is on electric cars. Basically, that's where the media is at the moment, is really that pushing that as the answer. But at the same time, there's a lot of media out there saying that it's not the answer. It's, you know, we're plugging into a dirty grid, so it's not making a difference. You know, the life cycle of a Tesla is the same as a Commodore. I don't want to have that argument, because in my mind, the future doesn't matter what, if we're driving all these different types of technology. Thanks. Sorry. That's all right. Basically, it doesn't solve all the problems of transport. So just the current situation, I won't dwell on this too much, because quite frankly, I think you'd be living under a rock if you weren't aware of basically the climate change and the emissions that are causing these changes and driving a lot of change politically and socially at the moment. So WA is obviously hugely susceptible to climate change. We're already seeing it with extreme weather events, and it's only set to get worse. What you might not be a little bit less familiar with is my little circle has shifted down a bit. It should be on top of transport. But basically, transport is the second largest emitter of greenhouse gases across the globe at the moment. And with huge amounts of investments going into electricity, it's set to be the biggest emitter by 2030 on current projections. So transport is considered probably the hardest sector to abate when it comes to decarbonisation. Electricity grids are your power generation are sort of that point source, where transport, we've got millions of cars on the road, millions of trucks. You know, a bigger change to that is going to take a lot more work. So transport is responsible for about 18% of Australia's greenhouse gas emissions. Predominantly taken up by passenger vehicles, but then trucks and buses and heavy vehicles coming in not too far behind. So current situation in WA. These figures are from last year, but I don't think they would be too different to this year. So basically, taking our stats from the Australian Bureau of Statistics, out of the RAC surveys and stuff that was done as well. So last year alone, 890 or over 890,000 people drove an individual car or truck or motorbike to work every day on that day of the survey. And this is just to work. So within a year, you're looking at 231 million trips a year in WA alone. And this is just to work, let alone to school, to see your parents on the weekend, to go out of an evening. And what's on top of that in WA? Perth is now considered one of the longest cities in the world. So not only are we driving more frequently, but we are driving longer in WA, and particularly Perth. So traffic congestion. Well, I wanted to go through some of the biggest challenges that this is causing across our network as a result of all this massive car use. So we are still not quite yet back up to pre-COVID public transport numbers. We are slowly getting there. Congestion in Perth is now adding 25 minutes to your daily commute. Yet at the same time, 50% of people say that sitting in traffic causes them stress, but yet 71% of people say driving an individual car is their preferred source of transport. So how do we get people out of cars? The next one that is probably a little bit less talked about is the infrastructure that is required to facilitate transport. So the state government's investment for 23 to 27 was a total of $39 billion, with over $13 billion going to transport infrastructure. So that's Metronet, that's roads, that's Westport, huge amounts of money. So not only are we putting huge amounts of money into it, with your embodied emissions, so this is all the emissions that are created during construction, transportation is responsible for 22% of those embodied emissions. So during construction, not only are we clearing huge amounts of land, resulting in more carbon being released in the atmosphere by destroying forests. We're using huge amounts of fuel during construction with diesel, bulldozers, excavators, you name it. The electrified options in that space are quite limited at the moment. Air quality. So air quality is considered by the World Health Organization as one of the biggest risks to the future. So with all these emissions, it's not just emissions, it's also particulates. So it's not just greenhouse gases, it's other chemicals, I guess, being released into the atmosphere, causing massive health issues. This might not seem so relevant in Perth. For those who have travelled to sort of Asian countries and the like, you would see the photochemical smog clouds sitting on top of cities. We don't want to wait till we get to that point. We want to do something now before. Even in Perth alone, we have had multiple days where air quality has actually gone above World Health Organization recommended safe levels. Transport's not the only contributor to air pollution. It's also coming from bushfires, chemical fires, a whole range of things, but transport's obviously a big contributor to that as well. So what is a sustainable transport solution? So as I said before, it's basically, in my eyes, a bit of everything. Transport defines how we live. It's how we get around. It's a huge part of our lifestyle in what we do. So shaping that is a really big challenge. But basically, we're needing to flip what we're doing currently. At the moment, the majority of our transport is with private cars and petrol and diesel, share mobility, that's your Uber, taxi, carpooling, public transport, walking and cycling. It needs to be the other way around. Active transport is the most sustainable way, not only for your tailpipe emissions, so you're not actually producing any emissions while you're driving around. The amount of infrastructure and land required is so much smaller. Then for your longer distances, public transport, then to your share ride, then to your private motor vehicles. So just recently, the federal government released the Transport and Infrastructure Net Zero Consultation Roadmap. So this is currently out for consultation, may have closed last week. But it basically outlines exactly what I've been talking about. What are the priorities across every sector within Australia to start moving towards? The other area that I probably haven't touched on is sustainable fuels. There's also work in the way of working out what other fuel opportunities can we use, such as what they're calling renewable diesel. So it's a straight drop-in alternative to standard diesel made from like used cooking oil or grain crops. Obviously, there's challenges to that as well. That is not the silver bullet, because there will be huge issues if we're clearing more land to grow more grain, to transport around the world, to just put it into trucks. So on the other side, so this state government has also released a sectoral emissions reduction strategy for Western Australia. So this covers all sectors within WA, not just transport, but it's outlining the key priorities for the state government. Obviously, the biggest or the most urgency has been putting into the electricity network with a closing down of the coal-fired power plants. So you may have heard of a little thing called Metronet. So Metronet is obviously the biggest investment at the moment within WA on transport. I guess what is a little bit lesser known, I didn't see the full presentation just before, but the other side of Metronet is actually the land use planning side. So DPLH is actually undertaking precinct planning around quite a number of the new Metronet stations, encouraging that uplift, higher density, to move more people onto those stations. Where we've seen great progress with most of the development substantially underway, if not complete, with basically all projects set to be finished within the next 18 months, 2 years, hopefully. Buses, again, yeah, I heard the end of the last one with the investment in buses. So at the moment, there's a commitment for 130 new local buses. These are committed for the CAT services within the city to begin with, and obviously we've got the trial up at Joondalup at the moment that's been going for a couple of years with the electric buses. It is a slow transition, and anything can always move faster. The biggest hindrance with shifting the entire bus fleet to electric is the electricity capacity. So obviously at the same time, all the messaging from the sustainabilities world is we need to electrify, which is great, but we need to be making sure that as electricity is actually coming from renewable sources. So at the same time, we don't want to be just rolling out hundreds of electric buses. Not only does the grid need to be upgraded to be able to charge those buses, but we need to be making sure that renewable energy is coming into that grid. So this one will continue to ramp up, and you've obviously got the infrastructure side behind it that's needed in the depots and the charging infrastructure. Active transport, there is a few key projects going on around Perth at the moment with active transport. In my opinion, and anyone that works in active transport, is it enough? No, but I don't think the Climate Council and a number of sort of national bodies recommend a 20% investment into active transport. Currently across Australia, it averages at about 1 to 2%. So there is huge opportunity within the active transport. We have studies shown that bicycle lanes and pedestrian movements that are separated from traffic are far more successful because they're just more pleasant to ride on. You're not getting the car fumes, you can get some shade from tree canopy in the round. But that investment is still speaking to the initial slide of showing that the preference is 71% of people prefer to drive their car. So that's where the government is putting their investment, unfortunately. The other side of the emissions is the heavy vehicle decarbonisation strategy. So under that sectoral emissions reduction strategy that I mentioned previously, the Department of Transport has just received funds to develop a road freight decarbonisation strategy for the southwest corner. So that's basically all your, it's really focusing on your smaller trucks. So all your urban deliveries, you'll see Coles and Woolies driving around, your plumbers and your electricians driving in trucks, really focusing on them. They're the low-hanging fruit that we're looking to prioritise. So electric trucks within Australia is basically non-existent at the moment. It is still a definitely emerging sector. So some interesting stats though. So you can see we are focusing on the rigid trucks area because it is making up the vast majority of the fleet within WA, and the vast majority of the fleet is located within the southwest corner. And we are privileged over in WA where we've got a fully interconnected electricity system that is separate from all the other states, so we can manage that a lot better. With your articulated trucks, that's it's believed the technology is not quite there yet, so we are pushing for that low-hanging fruit. At the same time, the state government is investing in what they're calling work at the moment, the hydrogen highway, to see if the hydrogen highway and hydrogen technology will fill that gap moving forward. That space is still a little bit yet to be seen. But at the same time, there's still millions of cars on the road, and that's not about to change overnight. People love their cars. Most households own more than one car, so we can't ignore that issue at the same time. So there still is incentives, there still is a push from the government to start shifting those electric cars. If you're thinking about the life cycle of a vehicle, all the vehicles have a lifestyle probably 15 to 20 years. So any car that's being purchased today is still going to be on the road using fuel into the future. And if we're starting to look at net zero by 2050 or even 80% reductions by 2030, it's not going to be achieved at all without electric vehicles. And let's face it, more people are probably inclined to take on those incentives. Infrastructure decarbonisation. So this is what I talked about in terms of the huge amounts of emissions that are produced during the construction phase. So the few things that we're doing in this space. At the moment, we're drafting up a sustainability first policy for the transport portfolio. So hopefully moving forward, should this come into effect, projects moving forward will actually have to start outlining how they're going to be contributing to the net zero targets. With that, every project that you talk to, when you add on sustainability at the back end of delivery, it's a lot harder. So we need to start bringing that into planning. So to assist at the same time, we're launching what's going to be a publicly available website. It's going to be called Circle Zero. So it's basically, hopefully, a source of truth and information for different opportunities to reduce emissions during construction. So it should be ranging from lower carbon emissions materials, being recycled materials, different options. Concrete itself as a material is responsible for about 3 or 4% of global emissions. So it is one of the highest embodied carbon products that you can buy. So looking at different sources and options of different mix-ins and things like that. The Collie power plants, as they shut down, they've got big tailing dams full of what they call fly ash, which can actually be mixed in with concrete mix, reducing those emissions. So we're looking at all those different options. We run sustainability suppliers events. So we invite all our project teams along, hosting basically stalls and an expo, so people come along and see, so our project managers can see what's out there on the market, what they can put into their own projects. And here's just some examples of some of the trials and things going on within Metronet, working towards those sustainable outcomes. So, for example, in Whiteman Park, they're reusing heaps of the sleepers rather than buying new ones. Sounds simple, sounds a no-brainer, but the process to actually get that implemented, because as things change, specifications need to improve, liability, risk. Transport is rather risk adverse. Nobody wants a train to derail. For example, your rail ballast, so all the little rocks that sit under the train tracks. In one good aspect, which is great, they've actually increased the size of the diameter of those rocks in response to climate change because they can handle higher heats better. But what it does is all the existing ballast on old projects makes it really hard to use because they can't use it again on other projects. So what are we doing with these huge amounts of rocks? Well, it's not actually on there, but some of our projects, the Yenshep line has reused those rocks in some of their drainage swales and things like that, and sharing it with other projects as well. We also have a platform up trialing at the moment called MATX, which is basically facilitating the reuse of those materials between our projects. So traditionally, projects are time poor. So if they have waste, they'll dispose it at landfill and buy new stuff. They don't have the time essentially to look, oh, you're digging a hole, we need to fill a hole, let's share that soil. So we're trying to work that at the moment. I mentioned before the biodiesels. We've been trialing some of that on our Byford project. So we've had to ship in 30,000 litres of renewable diesel from around the world. Yes, unsustainable at this point, but it's the business case to prove that it does exist and could be an option moving forward. So the other side of the story, climate adaptation. So I'm sure most of you are aware, even if we stop emissions as of today, the climate's already changing and it will continue to change within the future. So we need to prepare and increase our resilience across all aspects. So here's just some pictures over the last few years from WA that you're probably quite familiar with, particularly the Nullarbor getting washed out, Fitzroy River being washed out, bushfires, closing highways for supply chains. A little bit less known, that's actually in Geraldton with erosion. They're having to now look at relocating. That's I believe it's the surf lifesaving. So huge costs. And we've all remembered during the Nullarbor when that one was closed, supermarket shelves were empty. It impacted everybody. Prices skyrocketed. The graph in the middle is basically our spend and projected spend within Australia as a result of these incidents and occurrences. So what are we doing about it? So at the same last year, I believe, 2023, the state government released the climate adaptation strategy. So this is about adapting to climate change, building things bigger, better, stronger to hopefully cope with that. So the transport portfolio has been doing that for some time. Metronet, all the projects had to undertake climate change risk assessments, identify sort of very high risks and design those out. Same with Westport. Westport's been doing a huge amount of work in this space, and Main Roads has been doing it for years. That's not to say and you must remember with climate adaptation, it's not about making it perfect. It's about identifying the acceptable level of risk. We're never going to be able to make every road and every rail never flood, never wash away, but what is that acceptable level of risk? Some of the other work that's been going on, so our aviation team has been undertaking a review of all the remote and regional airstrips to identify the risk for flooding, because obviously that's the biggest way into some of these communities when the roads come out to fly emergency materials and stuff in. But we've had incidences where even the airstrips go under. So we've got stranded communities. So, and then they'll develop an investment program of priorities of which airstrips need to be upgraded. Our maritime team has been working for a number of years on coastal erosion hotspots. So they help the DPLH colleagues informing where is the most likely areas to be impacted by erosion, so land use planning can be optimised. At the moment, they're accounting for a 0.9 metre of sea level rise. That's currently under review, so that might change moving forward. And the regional freight strategy at the moment. So they're doing a review of that. And some of the key challenges coming out of that are climate adaptation and resilience, and working out how we can do that, because supply chains is going to be one of the biggest challenges moving forward. I think that's about it.
All right, can we please put our hands together for the transport is a very important sector, and thanks for continuing the discussion. So we have some time for a quick couple of questions. And especially about this fleet model, I think that's very important. And the transport sector is particularly critical because where we can actually need to make synergy between the behavior, technology, and the investment. So it's like a sort of like you're solving the wicked problem. So you have to think about in a very, very dynamic way that how we can make it. All right, so I think Jeremy still has a good stock of chocolate. So yeah, all right, question.
I'd like to ask, is there any sort of problems so far with what's been open with Metronet that will be different for the upcoming way future projects?
Probably one of the biggest challenges with Metronet was the pace that it actually got delivered. Most of the Metronet projects was actually fast-tracked as a response to COVID with economic stimulus. So basically the timeframes all got shortened. And when you rush these projects, obviously opportunities are missed. It's not to say that they're not going to be great projects, but there's probably missed opportunities. And so that's where our sustainability first policy is hoping to bring that in and do it at the front end, because I think traditionally, and particularly with Metronet, everything was done at the back end of those projects during delivery, just trying to look for opportunities rather than in the design stage going, right, we're going to be using 1 million cubic metres of concrete. What can we do about that? You've gotten to the delivery end and they've gone, oh, right, we've got where's a supplier? Quick, what type of concrete can be used for what type of structure, whether it's structural or for the pathways or... So that type of planning, I think, will be muchly improved moving forward.
Thank you. What strategies do you guys have in place to improve park and ride facilities and increase usage?
Good question. I don't think I've got an answer for that one at this stage. That probably sits within our urban mobility team. They do huge amounts of work in that space, but I think the priority at this point is active transport. but it is a licensing issue, which does sit within Department of Transport. And I believe it's Ola is now pulled out of the state and things like that, making it challenging. It's, as far as I'm aware, it's not a huge priority of the government, but I could be wrong. But I'm just not familiar with that one, sorry.
All right, probably the last question. In terms of the cross section between land use planning and transport planning, particularly around the metronet, I guess, stations and sort of that sort of idea, those hubs and such, how in depth or how much focus is there on sort of like, I guess, say the life stages of these sort of like the transport planning in terms of like the transport usage, mode share, and needs of them now at those sites, and where you want them to go and where you expect them to go in terms of like transport needs and such.
Yeah, I think a lot of that is, I mean, it depends on which mode you're looking at. Something like rail has huge lead times in planning because you need to be securing rail corridors. The Morley-Ellenbrook rail corridor was secured 20 plus years ago, whereas the likes of buses and stuff can actually come in later. The biggest impact that you can have on public transport is density, moving more people into that area. And so some of the work that the Metronet DPLH teams are doing to uplift, that's what they're trying to grapple with, particularly if they're building within built up areas already. Some of the new stations are obviously in established areas. So they're completely different approaches to the likes of Malaga, or now Ballajura, because it's basically in the middle of bushland. So it is responding to that. It is designed to allow change. For example, Malaga's station car park was designed to hopefully make smaller in the future and go up, elevate if need be, because essentially it's saving the cost now, but it will also allow, should we not need those car parks in the future, it's saving that investment as well. So a lot of it is kind of seeing, and then obviously the development itself is driven by the the private sector, so a little bit harder to control. So it's a very balancing act, and it's the chicken before the egg. The amount of times that you see the station, the trains running with no one on it, that's probably doing more harm than good. And same with running buses. People always say, we need more buses to catch, they need to be more frequent. But if people aren't catching the buses that are already on there, they're unlikely to run more buses, because all it's doing is creating even more emissions. To run one person on a bus is worse than one person driving a car. So it is that it's a shifting dynamic, I think, throughout time.
I wanted to check in with Waterfall people, because they didn't really give you permission to ask questions, but questions, anything come to mind? Because I have one, so it's just one. Tom's got one? Tom's got one, okay.
So within that presentation, you mentioned risk a couple of times, knowing that in the first couple of presentations that didn't get mentioned at all. And the collaboration piece. So when we're building more, developing more, trying to build in a better way, how can we actually collaborate intergovernmentally to actually get that across the line?
That's the $1 million question. And I think anybody working in that sustainability space is trying to do that. And from what I can see, it is getting better. I see a number of colleagues in the room who I know from other agencies, from different organisations, such as the Water Sensitive Network Transition and the Waterwise Working Group. We've got the SWAN, we've got the Sustainability WA Network happening now for exactly that reason, for that collaboration. Risk is probably a much harder because usually risk doesn't sit with the sustainability professionals who are pushing these initiatives. So risk, and it's all very well and good for the sustainability people to sit back and go, what's so hard about it? But it's not their integrity or their neck on the line if something goes wrong. So traditionally, any asset investment program will always be risk adverse. And it is a slow process working through that. What else we can do? I'm not quite sure. Particularly WA, you always hear that the comment of in the WA way, we often sort of sit and watch what the East Coast is doing first, then we'll do it. But then you still get people going, oh yeah, but just because it worked on the East Coast doesn't mean it's going to work over here. So I think education is a big piece of that, for not only learning lessons from the East Coast, but from around the world. Australia is a long way behind in a lot of areas, and there's much that we can learn. So those collaborations need to go beyond just WA and nationally, but globally, I think.
Yeah, just on this occasion, because we have also some guests from DPLH, so maybe you can get some comments or suggestions for me, Nick?
Yeah, I have a question. I just want to know whether you have any strategy in place for potential autonomous vehicle systems.
Not initially. It's a space that we're watching hotly, but when you talk about risk, I think everybody quickly closes their eyes to autonomous vehicles at the moment in terms of risk. I see America is doing a lot in this space. At the moment, there's no investment that I'm aware of in autonomous vehicles, so it's all what's coming out of the private sector, so hence we probably don't have great visibility of what's going on there at the moment.
Do you see this a trend, like potentially happening soon in the next decade?
We all hope it will. But I mean, we can be wishful of a lot of things. I think that is really going to be consumer driven rather than a policy. I'm not quite sure how much a policy could really drive something other than allowing the vehicles to operate through licensing and rules and regulations. But it's market. The market needs to drive demand of that product for it to be successful.
Got a quick one. Before COVID, obviously not many people work from home. During COVID and post-COVID, have you seen any reductions in traffic congestion and emissions?
I'm not sure with traffic congestion. I don't have figures. That's probably a main roads question. They might have more information on that. As far as emissions, I do believe it dipped slightly, but it's right back up again. Because it's not only, while some people still might be working from home, we now have more people in the workforce, and we have more people on the road. So going with that trajectory going up, and we usually look at it as a holistic transport emissions trajectory. So we've got work underway at the moment trying to break that down a little bit more, particularly in the freight, and trying to identify. So when we bring in freight policies and stuff, we can start measuring if they're successful or not. But from all the data I've seen, it went down, but she's gone back up again.
Thanks, Kelly. We have enough questions, and we need to move to the next session as well. And thanks a lot, Kelly. Please put our hands together again. Thank you.
All right, so we have session 3 on water-wise cities, and we have 3 presentations from Jeremy Marr and Antonita Torre from Water Corporation as well. and Giles Pickard from City of Canning. I would also like to invite Jeremy in the panel. Please go ahead. All right. So this session will be dedicated to know more about like how we can utilize water for make the cities livable, and we have a multiple approach to do that, and just not only kind of like having the water sensitive urban design, and also how can we retrofit the different infrastructure and make the city and the stormwater more cleaner before it's going to the river. So we are running a little bit short, so I'm not expanding more on that, but I'll invite the, maybe we'll start with the presentation on water-wise cities. And can you please invite Antonita for the presentation? Yeah, sorry, I probably not properly pronounce your name. So yeah, so you can just quick, yeah, I can set you up in there. Yeah.
As Ant starts up, is that I met Antonita when I came out of university, and I was working on a significant erosion project. I had no idea what I was doing. I got sent to Antonita. She was on the top of the hill as the god of engineering. Gave me some engineering advice, and I went away and did it. Antonita never remembers that experience, but I remember it very clearly. So just think around all those contacts that you're going to meet now, but over these next few years as well.
Can we just adjust the camera over here?
You come. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, hi there. I'm principal of Waterwise Cities at Water Corporation. I did environmental engineering back at uni, which was like 30 years ago. So why have I dedicated my whole career to water? I just feel like it's the most precious resource. And if you just take a moment to think about how water contributes to your quality of life, from that cup of coffee in the morning and your warm shower to growing the food that we eat, it's embedded in the clothes that we wear and all the products that we use. And then when you step outside the door, all the green in the landscape, the parks, the ovals, the trees are a reflection of water. And further afield, if we think about the river and the coastline, they're iconic to our sense of place. They're places we like to recreate. So it's really just so fundamental to our life here in Perth. And this beautiful artwork has been created by Yamaji and Noongar artist Carol Martin and Wajak Baladong Noongar artist Kadisha Westerberg. And it represents the significance of water sources to Aboriginal people and culture in terms of their sacred dreaming stories, meeting places, food, celebrations, and healing. So Aboriginal people have really understood that fundamental, that water is life for tens of thousands of years. But in Southwest WA, we're facing significant challenges to securing this essential resource for our quality of life and future generations. I'm going to run through three key challenges that we've got: diminishing stream flow and groundwater, increasing population, and increasing energy intensity. So if you go through these slides, so since the 1970s, rainfall's decreased by 20%, and as a result, stream flow into our dams have reduced by 80%, you can see on here. At the same time, our population has doubled. And our response is that we've had to dramatically change the water sources that make up our drinking water supply. So pre-1970s, it was stream flow. The rivers flowed into our dams and we were able to use that for our drinking supply. In response to drought, we had to start pumping groundwater, and that peaked at making up half of our supply. But the reduction in rainfall and recharge has also resulted in groundwater tables dropping in some areas by 10 metres. So we've had to rebalance the aquifer and bring on climate-independent supplies. So that's supplies that don't rely on rainfall, like desalination and recycled wastewater. So you can see the green there that's happened. We built the first desalination plant in 2006 and then the second one in 2011. And Perth's water source mix over the last 5 years or so has had about half from desalination. But desalination is energy intensive. So in WA, the amount of energy used to produce our water is the highest in the country. And so, yeah, every time you turn on the tap, there's a greenhouse gas component associated. Looking out to 2050, we're going to need an extra 100 billion litres of drinking water per year, another 50 billion litres of non-potable water, so that's water that's not drinking water standard that is used to irrigate or used in industry. There'll be an extra 45 billion litres of wastewater, and it's hard to picture what a billion litres is. It's enough to fill up Optus Stadium to the top. So we need strategic long-term planning to meet those demands in a drying climate. There's three core strategies: reducing demand, so that's reducing the amount that people are using water really efficiently. There's increasing water recycling, and then developing new sources like the new Alkimos desalination plant that's being built. So I've touched on where our water comes from, just also that 5% from groundwater replenishment. So that's when wastewater is treated to beyond drinking water standards, and then it's recharged back into the aquifer. And the water that we're recharging is actually cleaner than the water that's in the aquifer. So that's the wastewater recycling that's happening, and that's making up 5% of our total water supply. So I mentioned aquifers. The scheme water, or your tap water, only makes up half of Perth's water story. We're lucky to be located on these vast groundwater aquifers, the superficial aquifer and then the deeper Yarragadee and Liveable aquifers that get used as our drinking water supply, but also get used by industry, by local governments. Most local governments have got bores that irrigate their parks and ovals. There's about over 100,000 houses that also have garden bores to tap into the superficial aquifer to water their gardens. And when you add up how much groundwater makes up both our scheme supply plus is used through bores, it actually makes up 70% of the water used in Perth. So fundamental to Perth's livability is groundwater. So adapting to climate change, this is showing that step change reduction in the stream flow, and then also predicted out for another 10 years. So those light blue bars show that in the decade to come, stream flow is just going to continue to reduce. And it just shows how we've adapted to that reduction in stream flow by bringing on new supplies. So the first desalination plant built in 2006, and then the second one in 2011 commenced production, and then its capacity was doubled to 100 billion litres a year in 2013. And the groundwater replenishment, so that wastewater recycling scheme, was brought on in 2017, and recently its capacity was doubled as well. Looking out to the future, we've already started construction of the Alkimos desalination plant, so Perth's third desalination plant, which needs to come online in 2028. And that's the reason why it needs to come online then is because that's when Water Corp needs to reduce the amount of groundwater that we're taking by close to 30%. And you can see that these projects take a decade to plan, get the approvals and build. So if you're not planning ahead in time, we could be in a dire situation. And you've seen cities where that's happened, like Cape Town, where they literally run out of water. So we've touched on the challenge of a drying climate, increasing temperatures, increasing population. We've also got, when it does rain, it's more intense, and we've got increased flooding. We've got that pollution into waterways and associated degradation of water quality, algal blooms, fish kills, things like that. And then when you look at that centre photo at the bottom there, the urban form that is going in is often a lot of hard stand, like roofs, roads, concrete and other materials that retain urban heat. And you can see there's not a lot of space there for trees or for retaining water in the landscape. So on top of increasing temperatures due to climate change, we've got the urban heat island effect, which can raise temperatures by 3 to 7 degrees. And that's got quite severe health and wellbeing impacts as well. This next couple of slides, we'll just have a look at the impact of urbanisation on catchment hydrology. So the top figure is a catchment before urbanisation, where the majority of rainfall is infiltrated. Only about 10% of rainfall becomes runoff, so only in high events do you get runoff, high evapotranspiration from all that vegetation. The bottom photo is a traditional approach to urbanisation, where we just clear all the vegetation. It's a lot of hard surface, roads, roofs, and then stormwater is just a pain in the butt, and we just put it in pipes and get rid of it. And that's where we get the water quality problems, the urban heat problems, those sorts of things. So in the late 1980s, water sensitive urban design, that term was coined, And it's really about bringing nature back into urban areas, designing with nature and mimicking natural processes as part of urban design. So retaining vegetation, infiltrating water locally, trying to reduce the amount of hard surfaces, and trying to lower the amount of runoff that's leaving the catchment. And water-sensitive urban design's embedded in the planning system. So State Planning Policy 2.9, Planning for Water, and the associated guidelines have got the water-sensitive urban design principles in there. I won't go through this figure in detail, but for all you keen people, you can read the policy and guidelines. But essentially, the main takeaway point is that the policy allows for water to be considered right up front and early on in land planning, and it shows what water issues need to be considered all the way through the planning process, from the regional scale through to local and subdivision level. And that way, it makes the best opportunities to get those water-sensitive outcomes. These are just the principles for water-sensitive urban design, which are in the state planning policy. So protecting areas from flooding, using water efficiently, minimising runoff, protecting our natural wetlands and waterways and minimising pollution, creating fit-for-purpose water. So that's about water quality matching the use. You don't need to use drinking water quality to irrigate a park, those sorts of things. And really ensuring that those broader economic, social and cultural values are recognised and maintained. So when we talk about, the government's plan calls it a water-wise Perth, but it means the same thing as a water-sensitive city. It has three key pillars. People, of course, are at the heart of most environmental problems. So it consists of water-wise communities. So that's where people have good water knowledge, they adopt water-wise behaviours, they're participating in water management. The city serves as a water supply catchment, so that's making use of all the available water sources. There's desal, groundwater, wastewater recycling, stormwater and so on, groundwater. And it provides healthy natural environments, which are fundamental for our well-being, for having fauna and biodiversity, and a range of other benefits, tourism and so on. And that's just another conceptual diagram of a water-sensitive city. Providing shade, urban cooling, water's used locally in the landscape, say stormwater runoff from the car parks just infiltrated through some vegetated swales, those sorts of things. People are connected to their water supply. It's not in a pipe underground where they don't think about it. And so that provides a lot of health and wellbeing benefits. So how do we measure where we are at in terms of our urban water management performance? We use this tool called the Water Sensitive Cities Index benchmarking tool, and it's been used across Australia and internationally as well. It measures performance under 7 goal areas and 34 indicators that are really holistic. They pick up things like quality urban space, ecological health, adaptive infrastructure, so that's all that fit for purpose type stuff, productivity and resource efficiency, so your greenhouse gas emissions associated with water, your water efficiency and demand management, resource recovery, and also looks at equity issues, like does everyone have safe and secure access to water services? What have I missed? Good governance. So that's really about the leadership. Are people collaborating across different sectors, transport, with water, with education, planning, housing, etc. And having good policy planning as well. And really quickly, I'll just run through some projects that we're undertaking to transition Perth to a water-sensitive city. Water Corporation's got a target to be a zero net greenhouse gas utility by 2035, and it's got a lot of investment underway in solar and wind projects so that our desalination plants are fully offset by renewable energy. We're transitioning our fleet to electric vehicles. We've put solar panels on a lot of our offices and depots and so on. There's also a lot of investment in resource recovery. 100% of the biosolids, so that's poo basically in the wastewater, treated and reused, can be reused as biofuel, as fertilizer. Recovering energy from biogas, and also looking at recovery of other valuable minerals from waste streams, whether it's magnesium from seawater, desal brine, carbon dioxide, and so on, and keeping those circular, reusing them. We've talked a bit about stormwater management and using that water locally. So they're just some examples where water is used close to where rainwater is used close to where it falls. It's just runoff goes into like vegetated areas, keeps those areas green and cool. I'm sure Jeremy before has talked about the Drainage for Liveability program, just a fantastic program that his team works on, that's looking at Water Corp owns a lot of land, a lot of basins, drains, land corridors, and how we can transform some of those areas to create urban greening, cooling, biodiversity benefits. So the first example, there's a land around a pump station, and it's just like bare ground, but it's been transformed into a community garden. And where we have basins, there might just be a hole in the ground surrounded by a 6-foot fence, transforming those more into wetlands and so on. And that's all done in partnership with local government, community groups, all sorts of people there. So education is absolutely fundamental. We've got a fantastic Waterwise Schools education program that's been running since 1995. That reaches about 40,000 students a year. So really educating that next generation about water management and sustainable practice. There was a national survey that found that people in general have quite low water knowledge. In WA, we only had 13% of people that had good water knowledge. Things like they thought that they didn't realise that stormwater and wastewater are managed in different systems, and that they didn't realise what goes down a street drain can end up in their local stream or wetland. They thought it got treated in the wastewater system. So there's knowledge gaps like that which really affect behaviour. We do a lot of market research and marketing campaigns. We offer people a lot of incentives like Waterwise offers and rebates, incentives to get leaks fixed. We had a free shower head swap where people would swap their shower for a water efficient one, those sorts of things to help people become more water wise in their home and garden. So bringing it back to where you live and how water is used around the home and garden. Yeah, the shower indoors, that's a big user of water, not only water but energy. Like a quarter of people's energy bills can be associated with water, with hot water and so on. So a more efficient shower can lead to both the water and energy savings there. But in total, 36% of water is used outdoors. So that's really in the garden, which is why we really focus on approaches to increase efficiency in the garden. But we don't do it alone, and we've got a lot of partnership projects with local governments, with businesses, aquatic centres, developers, to create water-wise communities, and that's like fundamental to tackling this challenge of climate change. And the WA government's also responded. So we're currently developing the 3rd version of our Waterwise Perth Action Plan called Kep Katajan Gubbi Katajan. And Kep Katajan means waterwise in Wajak language. So that is really getting that collaboration across 11 agencies, across community, finance, education, planning, etc., all working together and delivering this program of work to transition Perth and Peel towards waterwise communities. And there's plenty of references and further reading, and people are welcome to contact me as well. So thanks heaps.
Thanks. Yeah, we'll hold the question again. So Jeremy, do you want Giles to go first? Okay, all right, thanks. So it's Giles from City of Canning. Right, Giles, you can come over here and we can see if that is okay. Okay, no, they need a little bit up. Okay, sorry.
That's right. Right.
A bit more.
A bit more up. That's all right.
Okay, that's good.
Excellent. Thanks for having me today. Thanks for such a great introduction, Ant, in setting the scene for what I'm going to talk about. My name is Giles Pickard. I'm the Manager of Parks and Environment at City of Canning, and I'm also WA President of the Australian Institute of Landscape Architects. And today I'm going to talk about Canning City Centre, but I'm also going to talk about sort of how we take plan through to delivery and the collaborations that is really required to deliver complex strategic projects, but also the planning that goes into these projects, but then how that planning and those visions are held from the start, from these great ideas through to on-ground delivery, to literally what plants we're planting and how we're building and designing our landscape. So the Canning City Centre is a strategic metropolitan centre. It's literally 4 kilometres from where we're sitting now. So we've got Curtin University on the map there. So it's the red box, and this is one of the areas that the state government have designated as a strategic growth area, close to transport links and suitable for high density housing. Looking at, oh, it's not going across. Oh, there we are. This is the site in 1950. And interestingly enough, we're looking at some historic aerials just recently. And I reflected on that as I looked out the window earlier, and it's really interesting seeing the pine trees here. This was part of an old pine plantation back when this was the outskirts of Perth, very much peri-urban, full of farms, market gardens, and really there was that's when Perth was quite a small city. This is the river, and I guess one of the key things for our city centre vision is our connection to the river, and to have a riverine city connected to the Jalgro Belia, which is the Canning River, and these key transport links that were there back in the 1950s, but very much not developed. Looking now into 2000, and you start to see that urban growth and urban development happening, and yeah, also Carousel, and that's where I think many of you may know the area. So it's Carousel is in the heart of the Canning City Centre, and you'll see that density, still quite low density, starting to happen, but obviously it's an urban area now. Going into 2017, and we're starting to see a lot more development. Perth is a rapidly growing city. And it was even before this time that the idea of this area as the City of Canning city centre took shape. It took shape with a number of documents from 1991 through to 2017, and really setting that planning context for creating the framework for actually delivering a city centre. How do we do that in terms of the planning requirements of land use, but also then starting to tease out the vision as well. And it's some of the work that I've worked with, would be for over a decade now, with Ant and others at Water Corporation and through the Water Sensitive Transition Network, that actually helped to set a vision for this city centre as a riverine city, and to connect to the water assets, to the Jalgro, but also all these water assets that we have through the city. As Ant mentioned, a lot of fenced off drainage basins and other elements, and really play on those and focus on those to create really high quality public amenity, which will then support high density. There's some, I've gone into, clicked on the wrong thing. Here we go. So then we go back into, I guess, yeah, looking at some of the private and the public ownership as well. And again, it just to touch on that planning context in terms of there's a lot of things within control of agencies and that we can influence and that the city can influence, but there's a lot of things outside of our control as well. However, by setting that good framework and creating the conditions for development, it will drive that development. And then this is, well, I'm not sure if this one's going to work. Yes, this is then going from that 2017 to what we hope will be the vision. And the vision is this master plan for a high density city centre connected to transport links with high quality open space that's also connected to its environment and has the environment embedded within the space as well. And so I'll try and, I'm mindful I could talk about just the master plan itself for a long time, but the master plan has a range of attributes, and particularly though at its heart is that riverine city vision. And that's something we often go back to when we're delivering our projects and going, is this delivering a riverine city? Is it in really delivering that master plan intent that we had? And we need that plan to guide that development. These are some of the, I guess, the stats we're hoping to deliver: 10,000 new dwellings, 25,000 new residents. Yeah, massive economic impact in terms of businesses. And the city has actually done a whole range of modelling that shows for us to invest money in the public realm and in our public open space and environment, it will give us a return on investment by creating more suitable areas for high density. So it's a really interesting model in the sense that we know we'll get greater rate income from more residents by delivering these projects. So the City of Canning's committed $76 million in public realm and infrastructure works to deliver on this vision. And we're well into delivery at the moment. So this is just touching on phase one. And now look, the phases have shifted a little bit as with anything over such a long time span. Opportunities come up and you make use of those opportunities. And there's also sometimes hurdles and other things in terms of working with some of our regulatory agencies. Now, Cecil Avenue West, as shown on the plan, this is just immediately adjacent to Carousel. This was the first part of creating a new high street, really trying to create that public realm that's high quality that will drive that density. So the new high street also has embedded at its core water sensitive urban design and a range of biodiverse planting. This was a section that started just before my time at Canning, but it's really interesting with all our majority of our city centre projects. We've had great visuals made to really sell the idea and show the community and developers and others what we're delivering. And it's been quite amazing seeing some of these renders and very much, yeah, what we hope will actually come into reality. Wharf Street Basin is another project, and look, I could just talk about this one for 15 minutes, so I'm very mindful of time. But this was one of the key projects, and as Ant had mentioned earlier, these sumps that sit all around Perth. This was back in 2018, just a fenced off drainage basin. It was inaccessible. It had a barbed wire fence around it. And however, and just going back to this aerial, you can see it's already started to be developed around it in terms of high density. For the most part, these areas have just been out of sight, out of mind. They have a single use. This one, I know my first site visit, there were oil drums floating in the back. It was full of rubbish. And working with one of our agencies who said, "What are you going to do there? It's perfect. Like, it's perfect. It serves its function. It's one function of mitigating flooding." However, within this area, we wanted to deliver. We've got a shortfall of public open space, and we also wanted to deliver on that riverine city vision. And this is what the basin looks like today. So collaborating with engineers, hydrologists, civil design, but also having very much a landscape architecture-led process to deliver what is now an amazingly biodiverse and beautiful parkland, creating connections where there were no connections and access as well. So you can now cross the road, cross the bridge, get up to Carousel, where it used to be 6 foot high barbed wire fence blocking it. And also trying to recognise some of those cultural values as well in terms of working with local Whadjuk Noongar artists and elders, and even down into the planting design and delivery of this project. And this is one of those drainage for livability projects that Ant mentioned earlier. So really key collaboration with the Water Corporation, also DWER and the DBCA to deliver this project, which certainly pushed a few boundaries and barriers, but the results speak for itself. And just the amount of bird life out there. We have swans nesting where we were told we'd never even have swans coming into that area. And this is all a few hundred metres from Albany Highway. You can sit there and almost feel like, you're in the bush in some areas, and then you're a few hundred metres away from Albany Highway, and at night too. Another project we've recently done, this was actually the first project I started when I joined City of Canning, was Lake Street Urban Stream. And again, it's, I guess, somewhat of a render on the side of what this area might look like. Certainly didn't look like that at the start. This is what the area looked like. Another fenced off this was actually a stream, and a stream that runs all year round. And this is part of the historic drainage network of draining water out, but flood protection as well. In this area, we've got really high groundwater. You can't even dig a basement in this area. It's because of the height of the groundwater, because it all used to be wetlands and palace plains prior. Again, we have those renders of, okay, what's the vision? And looking at the design and working through, again, with hydrologists, with civil engineers, but again, a landscape architecture-led process that made sure we kept true to the vision. And this is, took this photo during the week, and some of the growth out there and the access to water and the public open space is pretty amazing. I love this picture because it almost looks like a render, but this was it pretty soon after construction. I think I want to say this was last year. Look, it took a long time, and in terms of some of the working through with agencies, but also when we started this project, Wharf Street wasn't on our radar. We got a federal grant for Wharf Street. We delivered that, and then we moved on, and with our great collaboration with Water Corporation, delivered this project. We're now well into, well, we've delivered Cecil Avenue East as well. This is the eastern area. The middle area is somewhat constrained by high tension power lines. So that's we're working through that one at the moment. But again, seeing that plan, and we actually, after renewing and looking at what we did in stage one, thought we could actually be stronger in our waterwise vision and our riverine city vision in delivering an even more biodiverse public realm that recognises water stories and creates high quality areas. And this is part of the area now, just one of our many frog sculptures that actually through your journey through that space showcase the life cycle of a frog. I've got to get out there at night sometime because we've embedded that glowstone in it. So the frogs actually glow, and there's a whole range of little spaces. And to hear from residents, don't know if I can use the language that was one of the residents that told me. It was a certain type of hole before out here in terms of what they said this place was, and now it's effing beautiful, was the comment from some people walking by. It is just now, it creates this beautiful space to walk through, to be within, and as well, the biodiversity in the urban canopy greatly increased. And we have water sensitive urban design at its heart. So biofilters and rain gardens, the stretch of this area that take that road runoff and filter it and clean it, and then give that, goes back into either our groundwater and overflows go back into the urban stream, but using the processes of plants to cleanse. But also then the water sustains the planting more, and we need less irrigation, so less power involved. And that's literally just through the way we design those curbs. Lake Street Extension is another project we've recently done, and this was, again, going back to that master plan, to unlock a couple of the vacant lots in this area for high density development. It was realised we needed to create a new road connection. Again, some renders of the site, and this is it just last week. I probably don't have professional photos for these ones. It doesn't capture how beautiful this space is. We've created a small little deck for the local school to use as a breakout space. There's a small wetland within there and artwork as well. Yeah, an incredibly biodiverse planting. We've got parklands immediately adjacent that are almost covered in turf. So with this one, we realised we didn't need to create a public open space that was with turf. We're really trying to minimise our energy use that we put into managing public open space, because to run a mower, as we hope to transition more to electric, but running a mower, edging things, every process can use diesel and can use have emissions associated with it. So when we shift to a more biodiverse landscape, we actually shift some of our emissions and create more biodiversity, create more canopy, create more habitat for wildlife, and just also create a more beautiful place to be. And that's something I think we need to recognise more as well, is the role of beauty and creating beautiful spaces for people, not losing sight of how they're going to be delivered on the ground. And we're also working with the Metronet team as well, and they also have that vision. And I know working with Carly and others through the transition network, it's been amazing over the years seeing the vision of these larger infoscale projects go from very much engineering-led and engineering outcomes to a more integrated outcome. So this is the Armidale Line level crossing removal project with the elevated rail. This is one of the early renders. The renders are getting better and they're developing even more now, and working closely with those teams, with their landscape architects, with their engineers and their planners to actually look at how this is now, we're literally in the detailed design now of how a 7 kilometre long parkland from Victoria Park all the way up through to Gosnells will be delivered with the elevated rail, which will then also really tie in with that city centre vision and the integrated transport that needs to be delivered. And they're finishing back on that 10-year vision and beyond. So really starting with a plan, with a vision, holding true to that, but then ensuring that through our process, through the way we deliver things, and through our collaboration as well with our agencies, key collaboration with Watercorp, with the DBCA, with private industry, but also across departments within the city is incredibly important. This is not just my work, it's the team from the major projects area, it's our civil engineers, a whole range of consultants that all work together and collaborate. And I know someone asked a question earlier in terms of how do we get more results like this? And a lot is having that vision, or it can be a brief, having a really strong brief that says what you're going to do from the outset, and involving and collaborating with people from the start. So it isn't just an afterthought of, oh, we're doing all this, we're doing these roads and that's great. Oh, what about trees? And I've certainly been that one in many, many meetings going, well, what are you delivering here in terms of our vision? Where's our tree canopy? But if you build all of those things into your brief, then you have to deliver them. And if you build in that collaboration with multiple disciplines and look at how you might even structure a project, you'll get a much better outcome. And I think, yeah, Jeremy touched on it before as well in terms of the value of relationships. I too remember sitting down with Ant many, many years ago at the start of the Water Sensitive Transition Network, and also working with Jeremy as well over the years, and looking at some of these great projects. When you set a precedent and you push boundaries, that allows others to take that precedent and push boundaries even further. And often it is the value of relationships that someone you know in a key agency being able to pick up the phone and say, hey, how do I overcome this problem? It's really important. And as well, I'll always do another plug, working with landscape architects as well, when we want to see these on-ground visions for a green, connected city, very important to bring them into the conversation for the delivery and taking that plan through to the final outcome. I could talk about this for a long time, and I'm mindful of time, so I'm going to finish there. Thanks very much. Cheers.
All right. Thanks to both speakers. I think it's incredible examples of how we can improve the city health, and it's great example for water sensitive urban design, and also like the thinking and the principles, and also making into practice. So I would like to take Jeremy lead in this session to have a Q&A before we go for lunch.
Questions?
My question is for Giles, I guess. Sorry, I can't pronounce it. You can also answer. So I see the plan with the water, with incorporating water within the city is so far within the main city centre. Once that is, let's say, like there are no like these plans go on to further rehabilitate those areas. Are there plans to go elsewhere in the city of Canning to like improve those areas, like other like wetland?
Oh, certainly. And while we have a focus on the city centre with one area, we have numerous teams across the city looking in this same way when we build a new car park, trying to integrate water sensitive design, when we look at our road alignments and drainage and our parks as well. Certainly quite interesting for me. I've only recently changed roles and become parks and environment manager. So looking at my background as landscape architect and how can we work with the team to deliver better outcomes in all our public spaces is absolutely key, because when we look at our drainage network, it's certainly just not the city's increase. It's the whole city that feeds into numerous wetlands and numerous parks and open spaces. So there's so many opportunities. And that's really metropolitan-wide as well, in terms of trying to capture that rainfall and wherever possible, direct it, clean it before it gets into the river, or put it back into the ground, into the best water tanks that we have probably anywhere in the world in terms of our aquifers, because then we draw from those aquifers and irrigate and create a better city. We're really lucky in Perth that we have them. We need to
Thank you, Robert. Who else? Yeah, we'll come quickly around.
Keeping in mind what you said about sort of the team, the Metronet team, and the collaboration, I guess, or shared vision about the water design, sensitive design with them, and also the goal, I guess, of interfacing with the river. What would you say has been sort of like the outlook for collaborating, I guess, with main roads in terms of the Albany Highway? To really be that feature of the precinct, and also I do know a number of years ago there was an idea to like sink and cap that section of the Albany Highway.
Look, it's main roads are certainly an interesting one. Knowing some good people that work there that I try. Usually, with those opportunities, you sort of, I guess, you look at where the investment cycle is in terms of, is there a major investment coming up? Now is our opportunity to have impact. It's interesting even watching the stand change over the years, because there's certainly areas of Albany Highway where we have trees, and then when works happen, we're not allowed to put trees back. So that sometimes it's challenging those standards as well, and challenging the people we're working with, or going up higher and challenging it on a higher level to say, looking at our urban heat, our canopy, going, why are we creating a new heat sink? And that sort of run down the road. It's quite interesting because with a number of these systems, and certainly out on the highway, ties into another wetland treatment system we have right around our administration centre. But I guess it's part of it is it's getting to know people within the agencies, having good relationships. So when those opportunities come up, and when funding cycles come up, to be there at the outset, going, hey, we're doing a new big project. How's the landscape going to tie in? We're going to get some lucid outcomes, as opposed to coming in right at the end and going, this is a great outcome. How can we get? It's a lot harder to get better outcomes, but it's also about continually advocating for good outcomes, and that's something really advocate to all of yourselves starting that journey to careers in the planning and design space, to actually advocate. Sometimes it's hard. I've been for many years the only person in the room going, no, you need to get a better outcome, but you get to know those other good people that are really pushing for outcomes, and they'll support you. And then it's amazing now how the step change is actually getting faster and accelerating.
Thank you, Giles. And something you mentioned around Giles' work with that team is that this is the exemplar one for me. This has gone so far out there in terms of achievements, but the planning was done so far ago. So this is not what Giles and the city have done, isn't what the machine turns out. It's through all of those people making really good, informed decisions along the way, and at points having to push and champion as well. Which is really interesting, right? We really actually want the machine to churn this out on a regular basis, but that work creates a scenario where you start to hear other local governments then say, how do we do that? That's this really key piece of thinking in the work that Giles has done. Questions?
My question is also for Giles, sorry, Anne. I just had a question around funding. So for these larger projects like Wall Street and Lake Street, they obviously require a large amount of money to get through, say, or federal grants. Do you have any recommendations or suggestions to how to win over, I suppose, these grants or stand out compared to other cities and towns?
Yeah, look, I guess, yes. And the Wall Street was actually a federal grant, and it was a smart cities grant to create smart parks. And part of the smarts that we were promoting was smart design through bringing biodiversity back, through what I mentioned in terms of not having POS that's Perth. There was a whole range of smart technology which I didn't touch on, with augmented reality apps, water sensors, and a whole range of stuff. But it's really interesting because the work that Anne talked about, all the work that Waterfall we're doing, all those different factors of creating livability, creating biodiversity, reducing urban heat, reducing pollution, all these factors make for a great grant application. And if you can say you can do it all, then it's gets a really attractive proposition for a funder. It's also then seeing when opportunities come up and going, okay, this is something either having a project ready, which the master plan and what Canada's done allowed that to happen. With Lake Street, that was primarily funded by the city, but with some, involvement from the corporation as well. So really, part of it is sales on one sense. I think that's part of why the team developed some great members. But really being aspirational, and I remember when we were very aspirational of the ground group with some consultants and other people kind of transition that work. And then we got the grant, and we're like, oh, I can help them. Because we said we're going to do all this cool stuff. And then a part of it was a living lab that ended up being augmented reality. That was actually a part of the what we actually put into.
And on that last one, sorry, on that last, so much of that is just bravery around going and doing something that hasn't been done before. You just take generalist advice, often when people say it can't be done, too expensive, all these other excuses, but to push those boundaries, be disruptive. Sometimes you have to just take it on and take risk. And manage risk. You don't worry in the world doing the risk, but this sort of stuff with managed risk where they go on and they solve problems along the way, and that's how they get there. Look, I just had one question actually for Anthony based on this discussion, is that it's two-part. One is around a challenge in being able to argue and to promote and champion all of this sort of work in organisations around water literacy. And we know that that's a tricky point. Have you got any tips around approaches in conversations within organisations or communities helpful to uplift or helping them to understand this topic in a more good way?
Yeah, I guess we've sort of seen between organisations, like partnerships like the Waterwise Working Group across those organisations has been really important in us understanding each other's language, each other's objectives, so that, we've got Metronet in there and Department of Communities, what their priorities are in terms of housing and looking after like social housing properties and so on. So I think there's now more of a shared language across those agencies and understanding across those agencies. Within the community, I think that's why actually getting out there and talking to community members is really important. So sometimes the language that we use, like we thought the word livable meant a good thing, but then when we actually did focus groups with the community, that they had a different interpretation of that and they thought it meant meeting basic living standards. Or the word green has different connotations for people. So we make sure that we do research into what resonates with the community, what's important to the community, what language works best, so that our messages are really clear and more effective. Yeah, I'm not sure that answers that question.
That answers my question really well. I've got one follow-up because I haven't mentioned the assignment 3 yet, but every year I'll still get students put this into their assignment. Why isn't desal the solution to all our water problems? How can we give that as a simple message for these guys?
I talked about the energy intensity associated with it. yeah, huge infrastructure investment by the government, billions of dollars, $3 billion, something like that. So, yeah, I mean, managing demand and making sure we're using water most efficiently is always really important, and it helps delay that we've got to make the next major investment in building another desal plant or whatever. You know, lots of opportunities for recycling, so that wastewater reuse, and we've got a few examples where, like say around the City Echo wastewater treatment plant, you know, it's closely located with ovals and sports grounds, being able to use irrigation there. You know, and we've talked a lot about stormwater and the opportunity that provides as it moves through the landscape and creating beautiful spaces like that Giles showed as well. So it's looking at all of our water that's available in a really integrated way.
Yeah, thank you, Anne. And obviously that's a tip for the final assignment. Guys, from you, round of applause for everyone. Thank you very much. So we've got half an hour for lunch. Someone will call us back, and then we move on to a green topic.
Yeah, so the lunch room is on the, when you go out on the left side, go straight, and there is a nice terrace there, but I'm not sure it's ready again, but you can just hang around that space. And then we come back in half
And then they're ranked. Rainwater ones are expensive. So you get something who's really keen, let's do something in. But because it's, you only have a limited budget. And there's other ones that the shadows are so definitely something to So we recently did a project where we had some different leaders in 2000. Just be a different cat, but some of them really big. So when we extrapolate that, simply what it is, we go to the same buildings. So that's what we offer incentives to people.
Welcome back after the break. So we'll now move into session 4, the greener cities. So we have learned about the water and water-sensitive urban design and how to make the city livable. But another integral component is the urban green. And I think that is also at this moment at risk. And we need to find out ways how we can improve the canopy coverage and other type of greening to cool it down and also reduce the urban heat island effect. So we have a number of presentation in this session, including an online presentation as well. So in the beginning, I would like to invite Heather Johnston from City of Canning. And the next is your daughter, from Millennium Kids. And we'll have your mother and daughter duo in this presentation. So I would like to invite Heather to start this session with the presentation on urban forest management. So Heather, I will help you to set you up. Just here. I think I have already opened that. So just stand there. I'll see like if you're sure we can see you online properly.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, I think all good. All right. Thanks.
Thanks very much for the introduction. I'd also like to acknowledge the lands that we're meeting here today. Urban forestry is very much about connection to and caring for country, and I think that's one of the reasons why I'm so passionate about it. So today I'm going to be talking about urban forest management and program delivery. So first, just a little bit about me. I've been involved in urban forestry since about 2016. Oh, sorry. Great. First as a volunteer, planting and caring for trees through some guerrilla gardening activities that I undertook in the town of Victoria Park. Then I was involved in developing policy through a community group who co-delivered that with the local government. And then I undertook a master's in urban forestry at the University of British Columbia before starting a position as a urban forest engagement and project officer at the City of Canning. So the City of Canning is obviously not too far away. We've got a population of about 100,000 people. It's one of the most diverse, or if not the most diverse local government area in Western Australia, with about half of our population with English as a second language. So that presents some really unique challenges. Compared to the Greater Perth, we've got a larger percentage of people born in India, Malaysia, China, compared with the rest of Perth Metropolitan. Today, I'm going to be discussing urban forest management and program delivery, particularly from a local government perspective. So first of all, I just want to talk about what the urban forest is. There's lots and lots of definitions around, depending on which discipline you come from. But from my point of view, it's a network of places that contain trees. It's not a single park or bushland area. It really is that network. So it's quite a conceptual definition. It also includes the fungi, the fauna, the resources such as sunlight and water, soil, and of course the tree, the people that the trees need to survive as well. For management purposes, this is usually just across a local government area, so that's the scale that we're really looking at. Some cities around the world have a more regional perspective, but Perth doesn't as yet. Currently, we're in the process of developing a statewide urban greening strategy, and hopefully that will be delivered at the end of the year. I know most local governments have put in submissions towards that. Components of urban forests include public green spaces such as streetscapes, parks, gardens, schools, hospitals, cemeteries, natural areas, drainage basins, and private spaces such as residential, commercial, and industrial areas. So we're really working across a vast range of land uses, and that comes with a lot of challenges as well. We need to develop a really broad language to speak with all these different stakeholders. I work anywhere where the community and trees intersect. For the most part, this occurs when decisions are being made around the installation of new trees, although I also work with older trees as well. The majority of the stakeholders I interact with are residents, schools and community groups, as well as other government agencies such as the Water Corporation. I also collaborate with stakeholders within our organisation, and this includes engineers, parks and conservation team, sustainability team, marketing team, and the geospatial team as well. What characterises environmental and natural resource management across urban forests is that time and space dimensions are beyond conventional science, so it can be quite difficult to explain. There's profound uncertainties, very complex array of stakeholders, complex government situations, shifting contexts, and also, can't read my notes. There we go. And also, I'm just going to look at the gradient of management. So local governments are not heterogeneous, and several policies or strategic documents may be required depending on the composition of land use. For natural areas as opposed to more urbanised areas, we have very different operational constraints. Across Canning, we're split into parks and conservation, which undertake lower risk tree activities. And we also have the city greening and streetscapes, which have higher risk tree activities, complex work, which includes working around traffic, aerial inspections, pruning around power lines, working around drainage infrastructure, and also interactions with residents. Urban forestry is an integrated concept. It's defined as the art, science and technology of managing trees and forest resources in and around community ecosystems. And we're really talking about vegetation that is giving us psychological, sociological, aesthetic, economical and environmental benefits. So we're not just looking at a tree performing one job, it's performing multiple jobs at a time. It's relatively new in Australia in particular. The urban forestry industry is in its infancy. We also, being in the global south, although it's been a debate about whether we actually are or not, we don't have a lot of knowledge that places in the Northern Hemisphere have. So the species across Canning, we're quite diverse. In natural areas, we have high diversity, and as we move to the more urbanised areas, we have lower diversity. As we have places with lower diversity, they're more prone to risks such as pest, and there's also more interactions with people as well, which can reduce the lifespan of a tree. Some of the issues that we're dealing with at the moment are polyphagous shot-hole borer. This is an invasive pest which has been an issue in the city for the last couple of years. It's attacking a lot of the trees that were proven performers in our streets, so now we're having to really think about the types of species that we plant. This is also causing issues with procuring the stock from the nurseries as well. We also have a large proportion of local species from Myrtaceae family. Myrtle rust is slowly making its way across the country, and that will be up to about 75% of our species that will be impacted in some areas. In other areas, it's a little bit lower than that, but we are quite vulnerable to that pest once it moves across the country. Oops. Going through. So in terms of management, these are the activities that we undertake: tree establishment and maintenance, enhancement and diversity. So that's really choosing the species that we plant. Climate adaptation and mitigation, making sure that we're mitigating those urban heat islands. Also things like flooding as well is quite an issue in Canning. Community engagement and education. We were hearing about water literacy earlier. You know, there also needs to be a lot more education around greening. Everyone sort of assumes that they know what a tree does, but the knowledge is quite low in our area. And then there's also resourcing, policy, legislation, stakeholder coordination. So you may not be aware that there's all these jobs available in urban forestry. Policy development, planning, work health and safety, purchasing, advocacy, risk management, horticulture, arboriculture, engineering, you name it. If you're into trees, you can, you know, find yourself a nice little niche with all these urban forest strategies that are being developed by local governments. There is a huge need for staff that are really passionate about trees and looking to specialise in that area. There's not a huge amount of educational opportunities in WA, so it can be a little bit tricky. So I just sort of want to focus on some of the stakeholder management tools that we use. As I said, you know, I talk to a lot of people around trees, keeping track of all the people and their needs and wants can be quite challenging. So we have stakeholder registers, we develop engagement plans, communication plans, and we also run a lot of events as well to educate and also inspire the community as well. If you're looking at influencing the outcomes in the greening space, this is a diagram from my capstone from my master's. There's quite a lot of factors that we really need to consider. We need to consider the local landscape. We need to consider the political ecology, and we also need to consider the knowledge base of what's already there as well. Essentially, we need to know what we have, where we want to go. So that's, and Giles was talking about that visioning being a really important component. We need to create a plan of how to get there, and we need to resource the plan. There's no point in creating these great strategies if there's no money behind it. And then we need to be prepared to adapt, because money always gets moved around, staff leave, knowledge is lost. And so we need to take advantage of those situations and challenges. So I'm just, sorry. There we go. So I just want to look at one of those influencing outcomes. So power, it can be either a liability or an enabler to the work that we're doing. For example, if we have really weak rules around tree vandalism, everyone's going to chop their trees down, and there's not really a lot that local governments can do about that. But on the other hand, if we have, for example, a celebrity, a referent power, this is a great image of Big Bird, Bette Midler and Mayor Bloomberg. They really use their celebrity status to propel the Million Trees movement in New York, and that's been highly successful, and they're really seen as a leader across the globe. So, as I said, I deal with people. That's about community engagement. Very briefly, there's different ways that people look at community engagement. There's the IEP2 spectrum, which is a internationally recognised credential that you can achieve. When we're engaging with residents, we need to look at the amount of resources that we have and the level of influence that we are willing to impart on them. So sometimes we might go out to a resident and we might say, hey, we're going to plant a tree in front of your house. And then they may have more or less influence over the positioning of the tree or the species of the tree, depending on the level of resources that we have. But on top of that, we're also looking at the broader picture. We're looking at, long-term vision as well. So what are those big picture items that we need to do to achieve that greener city, that wonderful master plan from Giles that was showing you before. So we might undertake advocacy, change rules and regulations, and educate the general public. So some of these engagement tools that we use, sort of fun activities. We might just be informing residents through flyers or social media, or we might be utilising, citizens' assemblies to really get to the heart of the issue that we're trying to solve. So here's just a few pictures of some events that we've run. These are not tree planting activities. These are educational activities, activities to inspire. So that might look like an art exhibition or citizen science, or even just a birthday party celebrating a local volunteer group. This is all really important work for urban forestry and making sure that the trees that we plant stay in the ground. And I just want to talk about another operational tool. So the City of Canning's developed it's a suite of online tools. It's an app, geospatial software as well. So previously, there would be pages and pages of spreadsheets. The contractors would go out in their trucks with the trees and they'd literally read off a big long sheet of paper. Now they can use an app. It tells them precisely where the tree is to be located. Me in my office, I can be talking to a resident on the phone, negotiating species and position. I can update that in real time now, in tandem with the contractors delivering that work as well. So things are changing quite rapidly in the urban forestry space. And that's me done. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I forgot to invite you up. So come on up.
Thanks, Melanie. All right. So we'll hold the questions for all the presentations. After that, we'll have the discussion panel. And Ashik, do you need to change anything for the next presentation, or no? It's all good. All right. Who's? Yeah. Sure. Yeah, because we have some issue with the file, so I just like asking him if we can go on. Yeah. So the next presentation. So we have, yeah. We have from Elwin Johnston, and she's from Millennium Kids. And if you are not aware, Millennium Kid is a non-profit environmental youth organization that empowers young people with a skill for life approach so they can become leaders and change agents in their communities today. So, I'd like to invite you for your presentation.
Hello, everyone. I'm Ellen, as you know, from Millennium Kids, and like my mum, I've been doing urban forestry since 2016, so for 8 years, which is essentially half of my lifespan, because as you can probably tell, I'm the youngest person in the room, but it is good to be telling you this to people who are much closer in my age, because last time, how old were they? Like, at least 40. Like as old as my mum, there was almost no one younger. So it is a privilege to share my story, and I would also like to say that because, well, I got to speak at the World Forum on Urban Forestry, and part of the reason why I was able to go there was because of Millennium Kids funding part of the trip. And if they hadn't done that, we would not have been able to go on. And I would also like to thank the one guy that asked not to be named and would not like a plastic koala mailed to him. So in recognizing the accomplishments of young people addressing environmental challenges, it's important to look at the broader context in which initiatives emerge. like you can think of Greta Thunberg and so many other like young people that I cannot remember off the top of my head. Millennium Kids, we've got just an amazing amount of people. We've got Patrick, who one of his main projects was making postcards to give to the town of Vic Park that would tell them all about birds. Another person, Charles, he was weeding and like basically taking care of a small patch of bushland. And I'm sorry, I have not done this for a while, so forgive me if I sound a little bit like bleh. So young people like yourselves and me, we're undeniably at the forefront of all of the issues that will be coming. We will have to deal with what's happened beforehand and what will happen from now on. We will have to deal with housing crises, energy crisis, water crisis, like everything. And we have to try to figure out ways to properly address these and figure out what to do. So, and part of this is with Millennium Kids. Oh, and don't mind Rufus, he is the wolf at wolf, as it were. Millennium Kids has been championing youth advocacy, youth empowerment and environmental advocacy since 1996. Millennium Kids has provided a voice for thousands of young minds with a platform to voice their concerns about the environment by imparting skills and competencies in advocacy. We've been a part of many movements. We're not just based in Australia. We're relatively international, I'd like to say. We've got Indonesia, where they've got their school where they take tuition in plastic bottles, and we've had some of them come here, and it's very lovely to be able to speak to them. What makes Millennium Kids unique is that we're youth-led. We are structured with 15 kids aged 10 to 25, 24 sitting on a youth board, and I've been a part of that youth board for as long as I was able to be. We steer the organisation for what projects we want to look at, and we do have an adult council which handles the financials and the logistics of everything. I'm trying not to go over time. Green Lab is one of the signature Millennium Kids programs, others being the Advents of Climate Change and the Waste-Free Movement. Our programs are guided by adult mentors, Indigenous knowledge, subject matter experts and artists, and they move beyond the confines of traditional education to provide an alternate pathway for youth to engage in environmental action and project-based learning. My project has been revegetating a drainage basin because when I was a kid, I didn't want to have to go into the car to go to Tomato Lake. Yay for laziness and not wanting to walk. Green Lab transforms the outdoors into massive classrooms where young individuals can understand urban forests, measure key indicators, and devise nature-based solutions. Part of my project was learning how to use a mapping software we'll get to my project. Green Lab is not theoretical. It's been tried and tested in a 3-year pilot phase. The program, which started with schools, is now set to expand, placing a greater emphasis on community collaboration and practical action. Green Lab began in 2017 to 2018, and we've reached out to over 500 young people across Perth. My own project, which started a bit prior to joining Millennium Kids, is a design and innovation solution. I want to turn drainage basins into parks and have that be an easy way for kids to play and also cool down our urban environments, and also because that was around the time red tails and carnaby cockatoos have started coming back, I really wanted them to have food because I didn't want them to eat trash. They are not raccoons. I might think myself as a raccoon, but they are not. They are birds. I've had 4 project sites. None of them have really taken off, because I've been given funding, then it was taken back. It's been across Vic Park and South Perth, and the first site was just a block away from my house on Jupiter Street. Something about me is I used to live across from a cement factory, and as you can imagine, that's a unique learning environment. But when they put the wall up, the goat was gone. It was very sad. I loved that goat. Got to give him water and some food. The Skills for Life process, which is something that Green Lab utilizes, is a structured approach that empowers young individuals to confront environmental issues with a systematic methodology. It's a journey that involved in six stages. And these stages are, let me read off the screen because it's really small. Oh, inspire, explore and collaborate, create and innovate, implement, activate, and evaluate and celebrate. I'm still kind of in the create and innovate stage, but as soon as we celebrate, my mom, she hasn't agreed to this yet, but she's going to get me a bunch of really nice chocolate because at Millennium Kids, one of our main rules is we eat chocolate. And we have fun and care for the environment. But the most important one, care for the environment and eat chocolate. Having fun comes with eating chocolate, don't worry. These can be school-based initiatives or take place in the community. I've held my own workshops, which, worked pretty well, if I do say so myself, because Metronet, surprisingly, took part of the work that I had done with Millennium Kids, and hopefully, and very much hopefully, they will add the flying fox, and if they don't, I might cry because the flying fox was something everyone wanted, and I mean everyone. Some kids will reach out to Millennium Kids with an idea that will be guided through the ideation phase, where participants can engage in thought-provoking activities and to identify issues and opportunities for change. I'm honestly just flipping around, so don't worry. Through exploration and collaboration, ideas are refined, tested within teams, and presented to stakeholders. The participants can visualize the future they aspire to create, setting a stage for action. The process will then pivot to creation and innovation. Armed with a deeper understanding of the challenges, the participants will research, analyze, set a clear goal for success. That's something that I think is probably one of the more important stages. They're all important, obviously, because you have to have the idea to want to implement the idea, but you've also just got to know what you're doing. You can't just say, oh, I want to plant a tree here, here, and here, because as my mum knows, a lot of planning goes into it. As projects will gain traction, the activation phase will take center stage. The community will become engaged. Like with me, I plan to have people come join in the planting. One of the first ideas we had was of the flying fox, of course, but I also wanted to have a small wildflower garden. And I had an idea, I'm pretty sure it was to have food trucks come there as an event, but what can you do? You're a kid. And also, that project site is no longer viable. Yay. One of the most remarkable aspects of Millennium Kids is its inclusivity. Don't mind, skipping is fun. We are a platform that transcends race, religion, and social capital. We will actively encourage young people from diverse backgrounds to explore, identify, and address environmental and sustainability issues. It's about empowering people to become change makers regardless of the circumstances. In conclusion, the perspectives of young people like myself and like all of you are essential to crafting solutions to address the root causes of environmental challenges. I am just going to show you a picture of my dog, very cute, in a backpack, because he tried to to have my mum take him to work. We call him the sock thief.
Thank you, Owen. I just want one more round of applause for Owen, please. So, it's a pretty big deal for people that are younger to come to a university and speak in front of university students, right? And so I just think it's really great that the journey that you've taken along the way and the courage to come and do that and present so well. So thank you for doing that. And we'll talk a little bit later on some questions that we'll have for you. Yeah, brilliant. So next guest speaker is going to be online. That's where I was up the back, just trying to make it all work. And I think that we're here now. So Carolyn from Waycott is going to join us. She's currently in the United States and offered to present online. We haven't done this before online, so we're going to give it a go. I think Ashik's just going to try and pull it up now.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes. We can hear
wonderful.
You. And we're just about to see you. I think Ashik's just going to try and bring something up for us. Yeah. Oh.
Great.
Can you see me, Carolyn?
I can see everything. It's been great so far.
Well, everyone stop pulling faces, please.
Yeah, perfect.
So what's important about this shift now is that so often we're working in a planning space and we talk around communities or groups of people, but we need to remember that we're all bringing it back to persons, right? Persons with all different types of backgrounds, with all different types of lives. And there's this real tendency to suddenly fall over into just middle class or just gentrification and not think around everyone that's in the community. So when I speak with Carolyn, I'm really passionate around the work that she does at Waycott and the whole of the team. So it was really important to bring her in to speak today. So Carolyn, have you got control there of what you need?
Yes, I think so. I'm just going to try and share my slides as well. So 1 second while I'm doing that. But it's a real honor to be here. I do just huge thank you to Jeremy. And yes, I'll be presenting on just heat vulnerability, which I realize is, it's not always within the realm of urban planning and design, but it's really impactful. And so it's an honor to just be able to present on that. Okay, I think my slides should be uploading. Thanks for dealing with the patience of this.
And what time is it there, Carolyn?
Oh, don't ask. Don't ask that question. It is too late, but that's okay. It's just good to be here. Okay, it says that they're processed. Are you seeing slides there?
Yes, they're just coming up now. Perfect. We can see.
Okay, great. Thank you all for your patience. Well, yes, so I will be presenting on urban heat vulnerability. This is a heat vulnerability project, and I'll go more into this, but this is a project, yes, that we're leading from WA Council of Social Service, and it's in partnership with Department of Communities and Department of Health. And before I get further into it, just want to echo the acknowledgements of the country and the lands on which you're gathering, Whadjuk Noongar people, as well as today I get the unique position of acknowledging the Cheyenne and Arapaho lands here in the States as well, and paying my respects to members of Aboriginal communities and their culture, and to elders past and present, their descendants with us today, and those who follow in their footsteps, and any Aboriginal people present in the room. So designing livable cities and thinking about urban heat. I do have to admit that I had to ask Jeremy some questions before coming into this, because designing cities is not my space. I really come from the public health lens and thinking about what does the impacts of people's environment look like for their health. And this is a really common infographic. I think many of you have seen it before because Jeremy's in the know about this. But really, when we look at city spaces, we know that there's more of an impact to these cityscapes when it comes to heat than there is to rural areas. You're going to see higher temperatures because of these materials that cities are designed with. And that's all cities. But there is a difference when you can design cities that have green spaces and have these spaces to cool down. Like was just being said earlier, you can look at simple ways of doing that through ditches and through drains and through all of that. Or you can look at more complex ways as well. There's such a range of what that looks like. And so I won't be getting into that, but I really want to be thinking about what do the populations look like? From my perspective, when we think about cities, we have these areas where so many people are gathered, and we can have such an impact to health if we think about and design them really well. So I tried to put on my lens of learning and tried to learn a little bit about designing. And I grabbed some of these principles from an Australian guide on the principles to designing safe cities. And I thought it was just going to quickly walk through what heat looks like in each of these spaces. And so the first one was thinking about sense of place and the local area. We know that heat is going to have massive impacts in Perth and in other Australian metro regions, and many of the places that you all will go out to and work in. And this is going to grow and it's going to be impactful. And so we have to be thinking about this going into the future. It's also it needs to be sort of that full life cycle as well. And again, this is another area where when we think about climate change, we have to be preparing for it and designing cities already that will face the impacts of many years down the line. And so this is really massive as well for planning for designing for heat. And then the last one is just that sort of designing places that are comfortable, productive, and healthy, as well as safe and provide really key community as well. And when we think about that, we really start thinking about heat vulnerability. And that's what I'll define in just a second, but really thinking about these different populations that may have the impacts of heat and so then can be designed around as well. Okay, I've talked a lot around this, but I haven't actually said what heat vulnerability is. So let me go into that. I'm actually going to go to this one first. So when we think about heat, and this is very much, I'm going to put on my public health hat for a second, of heat has real impacts on the body. And so when you think about maybe high temperatures that you've experienced, you might be thinking about, yeah, I got dehydrated, or maybe I've seen somebody have heat stress, like maybe that's the worst it gets. What we don't realize is that when you're in really high temperatures and when you're exposed to it pretty long, you can have really significant impacts to your body because heat affects your cardiovascular system. So if you are in high temperatures, it'll cause your heart to pump a lot faster and can have real negative impacts if it's not well managed. Well, that means you're sweating like crazy. And so you get really dehydrated. So what if you don't have any access to water? What if you don't have places to go? What does this look like? And that can have massive impacts on your body. Bearing that in mind, we know that this does not impact everybody equally. So if you are young, healthy, and don't have any pre-existing medical conditions, it might be that heat doesn't really affect you so far in your life. But you likely know somebody who would have really major impacts from heat if it's not you yourself. In terms of if you have any pre-existing conditions, once you get older, things start happening like your body stops being thirsty when it needs to be. And so you might not even realize that you're experiencing dehydration or heat stroke until it's too late. People who are pregnant or who are breastfeeding also have massive impacts. People who might not be able to get out of their homes and might be in overheated homes. People who are experiencing homelessness and so they can't escape the heat, or people who work outdoors and are constantly experiencing that. And even things like medication as well. So this is massive. If you, again, are not somebody who experiences it, then you know somebody who does. And so designing cities means designing them for everybody, but thinking about the people who we most need to protect as well. So I'll quickly touch on our project. I'm not hearing anything. Did we leave the room? Okay, I'm going to continue on. Just pause me if so. Our project is looking at heat vulnerability. And so we're thinking about who's most at risk from high heat. We have two main aims that we're trying to do within that. So we have pilot sites that we're working in, and then we're also doing vulnerability mapping, where we're trying to use existing research to map out. Okay, I quickly lost everybody. Are we still there?
Yes, we're still here.
Great. So we have two main aims of mapping the existing vulnerability across Western Australia, and I'll go into that in a second, and then 3 pilot sites where we go out and work with community to see where they're most at risk. So again, this is just another graphic to sort of explain that. The 3 pilot sites where we're working are Bridgestone, Greenbushes, Headland, and Rock. When we look at heat vulnerability, we sort of map it out through a composite scale. So we have, this is really the mapping of it. So we'll have this geospatial map where you can look by local government area and say, these are the regions where we're concerned, and this is what it means. And so those are things like heat exposure. So are people experiencing high heat? And if they are experiencing high heat, is that consistent? What does that look like? Living in WA, we know that way up north is so different to down south. And so their experiences of heat are going to be massively different. But also things like population sensitivity. So for example, we're working in Bridgetown because they have an older population that tends to have more health conditions. And they also have some transient folks. And so we really have to think about what that looks like for their sensitivity to any heat they experience. And then lastly, this one's really important. This is where you all come in. Is ability to adapt to heat. So when we have places that are well planned and well designed for heat and know what to do when a heat wave comes, you're going to see such different impacts and much lower impacts. And so this is really where we can have positive impacts on people. So this is all going to be, we're using data to actually map this out, but this is also a really good guide to how we theoretically think about heat vulnerability as well. Next up is just pilot sites. So I'll quickly walk through that. We, in our process to really understand, okay, what do people need on the ground? We're going out to these pilot sites, meeting with local governments, and then meeting with their community to say, okay, what are some gaps? What do you need? And in this process, we found a lot of communities go, oh, we don't need anything. Or, oh, yeah, we're constantly experiencing heat, so we can't do anything. And both of those aren't true. There's a lot that can be done. And once we start talking to communities more and educating them, there's a lot of interest in this space. We find a lot of cities or towns don't have water fountains, or maybe don't have chilled water fountains, or don't have spaces where that could be put because there's not water access. And so all of these things, or even thinking about cooling spaces and things like that, are really important, and communities want them, but sometimes they don't even know that it's an option. So these are some more of them. I won't go through these in detail, but just noting that some of what we're being asked for is physical infrastructure, like greening and water fountains and cooling spaces. Some are policy, some's education, just getting community to know what they can do to keep themselves safe. And then some are really small, tangible items, like materials like cooling towels to keep people safe. Another note is just there is an existing state hazard plan around heat waves. So if this is something that's of interest to you, take a look at this. And I just grabbed the local government section because I think that this is really interesting. And I think there will be some momentum in this for governments to start thinking through when a heat wave hits, what are they doing around this? And remember that there's heat wave and then there's consistent heat as well. And so things that people experience pretty consistently in summertime might not be quote unquote heat waves. So they might not get triggered for sort of these emergency preparedness, but it's still heat that people are experiencing and they still can have really negative health impacts too. And lastly, I know that this is a sad note to leave on, so I don't want it to feel too heavy, but there's a lot of work to do. And I hope that it's also, to me, it's encouraging to think there's a lot that people don't even realize can be done. Heat waves are going to get bigger. We know that climate change will increase heat waves, and we know that this will be something that we keep dealing with. But there's also a lot of hope that we can do a lot. And so even designing cities, there's a lot that can be done to make sure that people are much safer than they are now. That's it for me. There's my email. If you have any questions or any thoughts on this, thank you so much again for letting me zoom in from around the world. But it's really fun to see what's happening in the space as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. So, Carol, if you're still there, so we're going to have one more presentation and then a bit of a panel session. If you hang around for the panel session, that'll be great. But if the internet dies or if you fall asleep because you still haven't told me what time it is, that's okay as well. So let's see how we go.
Sounds great.
Good.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Thank you. Thank you. So next person I'd like to invite up is Melanie Davies from Walga. I've known Melanie for some time as well. I'm starting to realise there's a walk down memory lane, but I've known Melanie for some time as well. And she works at the association that represents local government. And for me, still, local government is a place where these throwaway lines of like where the rubber hits the road gets put down, but it really is the place where people are shifting from actually the policy and the talk to really getting things done.
So it's always a really special place in my mind, but I'd like to invite Melanie to come and talk around the green topic.
I'll just set you up while you're here.
Thank you, everyone, and thanks very much for having me today, Jeremy. It's great to be here. Okay, so I'm going to give you some insights into the work that we do with the local government sector. I'm very passionate about local government. I think local governments do, the offices that we work with do a brilliant job with urban greening. We've got examples here with Heather, and there's many different, really engaged and genuinely wanting to make change in this space. So I think it's a wonderful sector to work within. So what I'm going to go through today are some of the challenges to urban forest management and how we're working with the sector to address those. I'd also like to acknowledge the Whadjuk Noongar people of the land on which we meet today and honour their strong and enduring connection to our Budja or land. We're privileged to share this land with the Noongar people and to learn from their knowledge. So as Jeremy said, I'm with the WA Local Government Association. We're an independent member-based and not-for-profit organisation, and we support the 139 local governments across the state, so a really large diversity of local governments and their communities. We use our expertise and our policy and our services to help local governments support their communities. So today I'm going to talk about the advocacy policy and programs we are undertaking. We do a lot of advocacy to state government and other stakeholders about things local governments would like to see change. We're doing a lot of work in the planning system about tree preservation. I'm not a planner, but I am within the planning team, so I'm learning a lot about, mechanisms within that regulation space. My background is more flora and fauna. Also looking at how we can support local governments to plant new trees as well as retain trees, and some of the key things that we need to be doing that are really practical in nature. So increasing our tree survival rates in the landscape, making sure we've got high species diversity to address our changing climate. So firstly, what is an urban forest? So an urban forest is all the vegetation growing within an urban area. It includes this forest on state government land, local government land, but also within private residential land as well. It includes native vegetation, so all our bushland areas, and also all our landscaped areas. So that can be streetscapes, plantings within parks, and also our town centres. So we're facing significant challenges at the moment. It's been a really topical time for urban forests, particularly over the last couple of years. Local governments are playing a key role to increase canopy cover. So they're doing this through urban forest strategies, greening strategies. They're trying to put in place scheme and policy provisions in their planning framework. They're adopting significant tree registers, and we also have tree bonds to help protect trees during developments. But what we're seeing is that we've got a really low baseline to start with. So we've got 16% canopy cover at the moment. That's the lowest in any capital city in Australia. And we've also got ongoing canopy loss. And if you look at these pictures here, a lot of that is driven by land development. So in the urban areas, we've got infill targets, and we used to have these beautiful big blocks with big gardens. We've got a growing population. We're trying to, limit urban sprawl. So we're going to these higher density developments, and medium density is what we're seeing mainly, duplexes and triplexes. But as illustrated by that photo, we're losing a lot of that greenery on our private land. And up to 85% of the urban forests in Perth are actually on private land. So that's a really significant and difficult area to address. Local governments are experiencing significant ongoing loss of canopy. 41% of our sector has reported that. And they're finding it difficult to meet their tree canopy targets. So for instance, the City of Stirling has a target of 18% canopy cover to achieve by 2040. They're currently at 12%. And over the past 10 years, They've planted 130 hectares of public open space and streetscapes, but they've lost the equivalent amount of canopy cover on private land. So whatever gains we're making in local government are being offset by that development that we're having on private land. We've got the weakest tree protection laws of any capital city in Australia, and it's something that we're really advocating for improvement on. We've also got the impact of pests and diseases. You've probably heard about polyphagous shothole borer. Really, we've lost 3,000 trees to that already in the past couple of years, and we're still, I guess, at a pivotal point where we may achieve eradication or may not. We're still trying to achieve eradication. We've had, I think a lot of people have probably talked about the impact of our changing climate, but we had the hottest and driest 6 months on record between, I think it was October last year through to March. And we really saw the impact of that across our landscapes. So going from Geraldton down to the southwest, there was mass tree loss in our forests, but also in our urban areas. So local governments reported up to 2/3 more tree loss than they would usually see over a standard summer, which is pretty significant. We've adopted an urban forest advocacy position at Walga. I'll just highlight some of the key points here. So this is something that underpins a lot of the work we do in conjunction with the sector. We're looking at, we're asking for a lead agency to have oversight of urban forest initiatives. So there's a lot of different players in this space, and it makes sense to have a coordinating body that can set the agenda in partnership with those stakeholders, but also have accountability and help evaluate the outcomes. We're also looking for recurrent funding to help local governments invest in public realm planting. So we've got the Urban Greening Grant program at the moment, but we'd really like to see this funding extended to our regional centres. So there's a lot of towns out in regional areas that are trying to implement green, cool city town centres for their communities, and they really don't have a lot of funding. They're low resource to local governments. It's quite difficult for them. So we're advocating for more funding in that space as well. We'd like to see the state government set a canopy cover target. We're advocating for 30%, and that's in recognition of research that shows 30% is kind of a minimum level required for wellness and health of local communities. I'll talk more about the planning mechanisms that we're working on. And then lastly, we see a key role for state government in education as well. Local governments do a lot of education and awareness for their communities, but the state government can help amplify that message. And we see that with the waste and recycling campaign that the state government runs, and it aligns with all the messaging that local governments put out. So if we could have something similar for urban forestry, that would be wonderful. So this photo is a tree next door to me. So I'm in a high density development area because I'm on a public transport route. So we're trying to get populations near those services. And this block was cleared for housing, and they cleared everything and left this beautiful big tree, which was a roosting site for red-tailed cockatoos. And I was delighted. I thought, oh, well, it's on the border, they can build around it. And then a couple of weeks later, the tree blocker came in and took this one out as well. And I'm sure we've all had similar situations where we've seen sites kind of clear felled for development, where you can very easily design around these great assets that we've got. So local governments are really clear that they want more mechanisms to protect trees on private property. I think that regulation is a key mechanism. We need incentives, we need community understanding and behaviour change, but it needs to go hand in hand with regulation or progress will be quite slow. We've developed a model local planning policy to help facilitate the preservation of trees during development. And importantly, it clarifies that removal of a tree on private land can be deemed as works under the Planning and Development Act. We sought legal advice on that. And that means that when you remove a tree due to development, it needs to go to the council for assessment and then approval. We're not trying to retain every tree, we're trying to retain the important, significant trees in the landscape. So there's a couple of factors that are listed there. They need to be 8 metres or higher, have a significant canopy diameter, and also a particular circumference. We've seen this model policy adopted by the City of Nedlands, and many other local governments are in the process of presenting it to council. And what we would like to see is this policy adopted by the sector wide scale. And then we have consistency, we've got certainty for developers, for the community, and it makes sense that this government would then elevate it to a state planning policy where it would have a lot more weight in the planning system. This is another all too often example of the kind of development that we're seeing, and we really need to get better at our public realm design. So when we get to this stage, it's too late. We really need early consideration of the remnant vegetation and trees in the landscape so that we can design roads around them and build our houses amongst these green spaces, which is so important for livability. We also see a lack of collaboration. Local governments can be quite siloed. So we need the engineers to be talking to the landscape architects, the hydrologists, the environmental staff. Everyone working in collaboration gets a much better outcome, and it looks at all the possibilities for the designing of these spaces. Bulk earthworks, I think they left one little tree right at the back there. Not quite sure if they ran out of fuel for the bulldozer, but it's typical of what we see in urban areas, and it doesn't have to be like this. In-ground infrastructure makes it difficult for local governments to find room to plant trees. So I'm talking about gas, electricity, water services. They're all under the verge space, and then it's quite difficult to fit in a tree there as well. So we need wider verges so that we can accommodate trees. We also need deep soil volumes. There's a lot of hard landscaping that occurs in developments these days. Everybody wants a double garage, a big house, and then we're limited with the amount of garden space that we've got. So there can be some alterations to planning guidelines here to make a difference. We've got the review of livable neighbourhoods currently underway, and when that goes to the new document, neighbourhood design, we're hoping to see, I guess, better provisions for the retention of vegetation in greenfield and brownfield sites, which is your large urban infill sites. Another area that we really advocate local governments work on is the prioritisation of their bushland areas for protection. So local governments can develop local biodiversity strategies, and these strategies identify where the high value native bushland is in your landscape, and then it looks at actions that you can do to protect those areas. So we recommend that these strategies are developed for local governments that have a high proportion of natural areas. So it could be your fringing local governments that are still, expanding. It can be in areas with high rates of development. And what we would like, what the purpose of this is to integrate it into a local planning strategy and scheme. So we've seen that that's a really powerful tool when local governments have a biodiversity strategy that's then referenced in their planning scheme. When they have knocked back developments because they determine them to be unsustainable and the developer appeals to the State Administrative Tribunal, the State Administrative Tribunal usually upholds those local government decisions because there's a clear evidence base for them. So that's the really critical part. You have to do your work on which are the critical areas to protect and have that documented in an action plan for it to have any weight when it comes to development. We've seen many local governments develop local biodiversity strategies, and the other key thing they can do is change the reserve classification of bushland areas so that they're vested for conservation. And we've seen a lot of local governments change the reserve vesting as well. How am I going for time, Jeremy?
Well, I didn't actually start it off, so that's what I was trying to figure out.
Okay.
You have another 5 minutes.
Cool. Alrighty. So the Urban Greening Grant Program is another program that we deliver to help local governments with their planting programs. We do this in conjunction with the state government, We have nearly 4 million for greening this winter and next winter, and we've awarded 2 rounds of that so far, with the 3rd and final round out. I guess what's important to note here is that we're trying to prioritise areas for greening based on a number of criteria. So as Carol said, high heat is a critical thing we're looking at, high community use and need, plantings that support biodiversity benefits, and those that have long-term access to water so they're sustainable into the future. So we've seen local governments plant around playgrounds, pedestrian and cycling routes around sports fields, and also parks that are offsetting surrounding high density residential areas. So really targeted planting. We developed a spatial data viewer to help local governments prioritise their sites. You can see the urban heat index there is shown in the really hot areas are in red. The central blue spot is Jakarta Lake in Woodlands. And then we've got the really hot red areas around Scarborough Beach Road, which correspond with low canopy areas. And then the 3rd image is a regional ecological corridor. So if we can get planting locations that have all these, like intersect with all these different layers, we're getting multiple outcomes and benefits from that planting. And we're really interested in the Water Corporations tool, which Jeremy has probably talked to you about today, with additional layers, but also including that social factor. So where's the greatest community need? And that could be psychological distress or obesity. How can we get people out into their environment and using it more? Another area we're looking at is helping local governments with their tree stock quality. So local governments plant between 300 and 10,000 plants per year, so quite a high investment, but we're seeing up to 2 out of every 3 trees fail in the environment. So that's either dying within a couple of years of planting, or failure could be failing to actually vigorously grow, so it stays a small stunted tree. One of the things we can do here is purchase quality tree stock. That needs to be coupled with a good planting environment, so soil amelioration, tree pits, structural soil cells and things where required, and also good aftercare of the planted tree. There was an Australian standard introduced in 2018 that is for tree stock for landscape use, and the nursery industry now has a sub-program that they can get accredited by, so that the customer has good assurance that they've followed best practice propagation techniques. So this template helps local governments have these industry benchmarks in their contracts with the nurseries. And basically, the nursery industry needs our industry to push for that improvement, so they will meet what the customer demands. This has been piloted by the City of Belmont over the past 2 years. They've noticed a really good increase in the quality of the stock they've ordered. And I guess the proof will be over the next couple of years when we see how that stock survives and thrives in the landscape. Tree diversity is key. A lot of local governments are reviewing their master lists, their planting palettes. So we're looking at a drier climate going into the future. And we really need to make sure that what we're planting now is going to be resilient. So local governments will always look at the right tree for the right location. That's according to the objectives of your planting programs, whether you're planting for canopy cover, biodiversity contribution, or trying to get a species that's a really high performer in an urban setting. We're doing a couple of different projects with local governments in this area in regional towns. The Which Plant Where tool is a great one to look at from Macquarie University. It looks at how species will survive under future climate scenarios. Sadly, things like chewit and some of our keystone species in the Perth area are not deemed to go very well by 2070 and are not recommended for planting. So yeah, really kind of scary forecast scenarios. We also did a resilient species walk with Kings Park, and community members could attend this as well. They trial a lot of species from the Wheatbelt and Goldfields region and look at how they perform in Perth's environment. Okay, I've got 2 slides left. As I said before, community education and engagement is critical for urban forest support. We really want people that have property to value those trees. So this is a community festival that local governments come together to put on in the month of April. We started 3 years ago with about 11 local governments. This year we had 30 local governments participate, and next year we're growing hopefully to 50, I think is our target. So it's a really fun but educational program of event that's collectively advertised by the sector. This year we had over 14,000 people attend various events, and I guess the most important thing is upon a survey, up to 90% of them said they would change particular behaviours after what they've learned through the festival. So it's a fantastic initiative that was spearheaded by the City of Stirling and is now run in conjunction with a number of local governments. Lastly, I'll just touch on polyphagous shothole borer. This is a really critical threat to our urban forests and the livability of our urban areas. So we've got this borer from Southeast Asia that was first found in Perth in 2021. It's not present anywhere else in Australia, and the other states are very keen to keep it out of their jurisdictions. So this borer currently covers 25 local government areas. Local governments have a significant tree asset. Some have over 100,000 street trees. That's not including park trees. And up to 35% of our species can be susceptible to this borer. There's no treatment once the borer attacks the trees. The trees have to be cut down and chipped. So we're in the eradication phase at the moment. It's run by a national body with input from all the states and territories. With 3 years in, I think over the next year we'll see whether we achieve eradication or whether we transition to management, which is going to be devastating for our urban forests. What we're working on is helping local governments, or working with DPIRD, to remove barriers to local government action on polyphagous shothole borer. So to remove a tree, you need approvals under various acts. So it could be the Biodiversity Conservation Act or Cultural Heritage Act. So we need to make sure that those processes are streamlined, so we're not kind of waiting 18 months to take out an infested tree, which is what we've seen in the past. We also need local governments to have data on where the infested trees are, and that's been quite difficult to work on with state government because there's a lot of privacy issues. But local governments need that information because otherwise they don't know where the hotspots are, where to target their effort and surveillance, or where there might be hotspots of infestation across the boundary that can easily come into their area. Research is critical as well. We need to know, we need to be looking at chemical and non-chemical treatments to try and see if there is something that will kill the borer or at least help protect uninfested trees. And also look at modelling of pathways of spread and determining impact on our native ecosystems. So that's not well understood. It's kind of deemed to be an amenity tree issue, but the impact, if it went down to the Karri forests or our Banksia woodlands, would be terrible. Other species are also affected, like avocados, macadamia, citrus. And we still don't know yet what those economic impacts could be for WA. So a lot of work happening there. We organise training for local governments, and we've also undertaken a lot of media coverage to raise awareness and, I guess, make sure that we're putting the best foot forward towards eradication. Just a couple of links on things I've spoken about today, and thank you very much.
That was fantastic. You know, it's interesting, right? Sitting there, I've been speaking with these guys a little bit over the last 12 months, and I'm just amazed at when I left local government some sort of 3.5 years ago, how much development, how much information is coming through now to be able to support trees across that whole sector. That just wasn't there before. The presentation would have looked very different if you were back in my classes 4 or 5 years ago, as the cupboard was bare. So it's just so exciting to see it all. So it's a real it's a real amazing amount of work, and congratulations on all that. Look, what I'll do now is I'll sort of transition to some questions. After that, we'll have a break, and then there's one more presentation to go through. So who wants to go first? Oh, so I've got a few hands here. I've got a new hand up the back there, so I'm going to go up the back first. Okay. Carol, are you still on the line?
Get her online. She's not online, I think. She'll, because I can also put her up, so you don't have to use this one. Okay. No, she's not online. Is it okay? Yeah. All right. Yeah, just give me a sec. All right.
Hello. Can you hear me? Perfect. Sorry for the many messages. I'm here.
But then how does that compete with the urban neighborhood? Because I know myself, I live in a very central suburb, but on quite a big block with my parents, for how close we are to the city, and it's got beautiful trees all through the suburb, but the zoning means we can't split that block at all. But our house takes up like 30% of the block. So like it's great for the urban forestry that it has that with the urban neighborhood close to the city.
This on? So one of the key issues we're dealing with at the moment is the housing affordability crisis, and that's being used, I guess, by the state government as a bit of a reason for not taking strong action on tree preservation. What we're advocating for is that you can have affordable housing and sustainable housing and tree preservation as compatible objectives. And we've seen it done really well in other cities, for instance, the City of Sydney. So if you do a higher density development that you provide sufficient space on the block, you can accommodate that increasing population while still having your beautiful greenery, both at the residential lot and within our streets and urban areas. So I think, there is a need for that high density development to avoid that urban sprawl and that clearing of our native bushland. But it just needs to be done, I guess, in a better, more considered way.
I'd just like to echo those points. I mean, I'm sure most people in the room have not spent their entire lives in Perth. You know, when you travel, you see that, green spaces and private dwellings can promote it quite nicely. I used to work in central London, and every 5 minutes I was in another park. So you can have these really great spaces in quite dense places. I think we just need to be a bit bolder in WA, and a lot of the decisions that are made are political, and I guess that's where educating the community to be more informed about the reason why we are trying to increase our tree canopy is really important, because then they can advocate to the elected members and state officials.
Thank you. And Carol, if you anytime you want to chip in, just pop a hand up, okay?
Sounds great, thanks.
I saw, I think Dan had the next question.
How many chocolates you are already?
I'm just collecting on that now. I have a question about like rooftop gardens. How come we don't see more of that implemented in the context of it seems like a good strategy in theory. There's a lot of papers written about it. It's implemented in other countries such as Korea. We so rarely see it here in Perth though.
That one. Part of the reason why we don't see that in Perth is because of our climate. It's very windy, very dry. On top of that, we don't actually have the qualified people to install a lot of those rooftop gardens. We really need to do a lot better in educating, the people that are going to deliver these projects. Planning and design is great, but it also comes down to the people that actually do work on the ground as well.
Yeah, I think if you look at cities that have a bit more of a even rainfall distribution throughout the year, that can, we see Singapore as a shining example of rainproofs, rainfalls. City of Melbourne does it quite well as well. It is something that's kind of maybe 8 years ago kind of had a bit of a swell in Perth, and then it's kind of dropped up again, I would say. So yeah, it's probably something that can be worked on a bit more, I would think, but it's definitely not a priority area that I've seen in recent years.
One of the every time we used to go on holiday, we used to go and try and visit what's happening around the world, and went to Science Academy in California, and they had a whole rooftop garden on that particular facility. A little bit different than we're saying in terms of weather, but the thing that really stuck out to me was that they didn't try and create Singapore on top of their roof. What they decided was like a really low density meadow of all native species, so it integrated with the biodiversity of the area, and that's how they made it work. So rooftop gardens came across, their costings seemed quite expensive, and then the question is, what is expensive and where? Is that I'm seeing some people do them at home where they do them on like their garages, and because they're self-maintaining them, they're not so expensive to maintain. When they're on sort of commercial buildings, then they have to have commercial people maintain them, so that kind of changes that cost matrix. But I guess referencing back to that sense of Singapore or sense of places, it's always around the place-based response. So what is the most effective thing to do here where we stand, as opposed to direct cut and paste? But it's a really good question because it keeps coming up, but I guess probably shouldn't be seen as, it should be seen as the back of the pile of solutions, the front of the pile is what these guys have been talking about now.
Yeah, I would say it's complementary to some of those things that we discussed, so we can get kind of a greater or wider outcome. So it's, an important element, but probably not the key one that we can make a big difference through.
That's one of the things I've heard about climate change is that Perth's climate will become more like we see up north as it gets hotter and drier. Is there, with urban forestry and greening strategies, is there a priority to implement species that are currently up north a bit into the metro area where they're more suited to the climate? Or are we trying to maintain species, the biodiversity that we already have here?
That is an excellent question, and one of the most common ones I get asked,
Yeah, this is a tricky one because you want to be supporting your local ecosystems by using local native species. It supports, there's very specific wildlife plant associations for a lot of our fauna and flora.
That in saying that, the research is showing that a lot of our native species aren't going to fare as well as we had originally thought going into the future climate projections, particularly when we get to 2070. Trees can live for 100, 200 years, so we've got to be thinking about that when we plant now. When we were at Kings Park yesterday, a lot of species from the northern sand plains, so that's around the Georgian region. Also the Murchison gas lines, we're going into the, that kind of area. And even the south coast where you've got the more inland kind of areas, there was a lot of different species that are really hardy, really tough, and very ornamental as well. So really well suited to the future climate projections where Perth is supposed to be more like Durian is supposed to be more like Geraldton, it all kind of shifts up. Yeah, but it's one that I kind of struggle to reconcile with as well, because what's it going to do for our corner that relies on those particular associations.
I think it's really important as well that when we're looking at choosing future species, we're not just looking at temperature envelope, we also need to look at, drought tolerance, and a whole bunch of other factors. We don't actually know whether these northern species are going to perform well. I know down at the Golden Valley Tree Park, they did trial a lot of those wet belt species, and they developed the fungus, and then they just wiped the whole lot out. So we don't know the relationship between the local, fungal flora and fauna and how that's going to interact with these species that we're bringing from other regions. And we also need to make sure that we're ensuring our supply as well. A lot of these species may be difficult to propagate, and that increases the cost, and that makes that inbreeding more challenging as well.
I think just to round that off, it's good to have a really diverse mix of species in the landscape, so that you've got that ability for different species to keep, resilient, strong if you get different pests and diseases coming in and wipe out one. If you're doing bushland restoration, obviously you want to be using the species that are endemic to that particular vegetation.
Thank you. And Carol, yes.
Can I just add something quickly? I think that something also from our project that's come up in this space is when we are looking at it from sort of the population perspective of what's needed when it comes to high heat, of oftentimes shade is really up there, and people jump to, oh, can we look at trees? And sometimes it's just not suitable to have trees that provide a lot of shade that then will last. They're either not drought tolerant or just aren't well placed. And so it's tricky of that balance too, of like, what does it look like to green spaces? And then what does it look like to also provide shade and spaces where people can go? And where do you do with those? And where do you do them together? And where do you not? Which has just been an interesting touch point for us. We've also noted that like up in Port Hedland, we have big problems with access to water, just because of looking at like recycled water and things like that. And so I feel like it's so regional, it's so location specific, and being so aware of the individual challenges that come up that are not even just climate related, but are very locationally based.
And some of that speaks to the heart of, I guess, what I see in my concern is that we're just getting so close to that line, right, in terms of these impacts of climate change coming through. We've been talking about this since I've been at university, at least 25 years, and then people before that as well. And it does feel disappointing that now we're having to ask these decisions that actually aren't answerable. How should we change the trees? It feels like kind of just doing whatever's left, I guess, and that becomes a bit problematic. In terms of thinking around that tree space, is that we hear lots of different discussion on it. A few of the colleagues that I've worked with that won't say their names in case I've mangled the information, but they're sort of leading botanists in Western Australia. What they've talked about is that this is a really tough question, is that we know that maintaining whatever trees or vegetation we have is always better and cheaper than trying to do
another type of trees or another type of vegetation, another type of ecosystem. And one of these real critical things with Perth where we've been lucky so far, but the challenge is the groundwater levels that we have, and particularly the soil moisture on the top. So a lot of the species that are suited to this area, there's a number of them that might be okay if those groundwater levels can be retained to the right levels that they should be. And there's a whole heap of thinking around how that would occur. But we talked about water sensitive design in the earlier parts of today, and making sure that we're maximising groundwater recharge and minimising groundwater withdrawal is a really big part of that solution. But in all that, there's lots of answers, right? There's maintaining water, there's tree species selection, there's, I can never say it properly, that's the one. And there'll be more of it. It's just like there'll be more of COVID because that's what the indications are. So it gets really complex. At this stage, what's local government doing? What's local government doing in terms of species choice at the moment?
It's an area that we're really focusing on at the moment. So they're trying to expand their species lists, still including exotic Australian species as well as WA and local native species, because some of them just perform really well in urban environments. So, from various lobby groups, there can be a real climate planting elm trees everywhere. I can use our local native species with streetscapes, but there are reasons why we have a diversity of exotic local species. I think the key thing is, really expanding those lists. We don't want monocultures of one species, like avenues of jacarandas. Right, but in the future, if you get a pest that comes and attacks that one species, you lose your whole canopy on that street. And we've seen that in the polyphasian shot or straight trees planted just in box under maples, and now devoid of all canopy as they head.
Thank you, everyone. I'm just going to round off with two quick questions. Carol, in terms of what the students' work is they're moving towards a final assignment where they're looking at local governments, assessing their resilience now for 2050 and then making recommendations. If you could put 2 or 3 recommendations for them that you think have the most scope, potentially the most benefit in the local government space, what would you put forward?
Yeah, that's a good question. Melanie also knows that there's a lot of asks in this space. I think my focus being so focused on heat, we really see that emergency preparedness is a massive potential for resiliency as well, that isn't always being tapped into. And so sometimes you see like sector adaptation plans or things that are using emergency management frameworks, but they're not actually always implementing some of that resilience lens as well. And so I would really like to see some of that resilience lens applied to emergency management in local governments. And that can look like updating their LEMAs, doing some of that. But then I think also just broadly speaking, considering the impacts of health from climate change on any sort of design is really important. And so oftentimes that's not always a consideration, and doing some of those vulnerability assessments first is not always happening. So I'm not sure that answered your question, Jeremy. I think I took that on my own rant, but those are some things that I think are really key.
It was a little bit of a setup because it's a really hard question to answer because there's lots,
but
I think you did very well, thank you. And final question, Olin, is thank you again for coming today. I was really curious if you've seen an example of a local government doing well of engaging, I hate saying young people, but I'm old, so I guess that's what I have to say, young people in local government decision making where it's moving forward.
I would obviously say in Tamworth Park, they've got a lot of really good youth events. Like I'm actually going to go to one next week, which I'm excited for, but from what I've seen, Tamworth Park, they have lots of events and a really good grasp of what the youth want. I don't entirely know much to say because I haven't been a big part for the past couple of years, so I don't entirely know the full scope of the events that they've got on. But yeah, town of Park, good. And also I'm plugging my mum here, City of Canning has also done a good job, but not just in new spaces. I went to the Tree Festival. Yeah, the City of Canning Tree Festival, and part of what my mum had organised, and from what I had seen, my mum was had organised a bit of an art gallery with WA Wants Nature, and that was a really fun experience to see. And at the event as a whole, it was just food trucks, sand spare parts, waste management, and just young people were having fun, and yay.
Thank you. That was really excellent. Look, thank you, everyone. Big round of applause. Really learned a lot. Big benefit for these guys who will be moving through this and into industry soon. I'm hearing that the planners are getting picked up in like second and third year, so it's not far away. 10 minutes break, and then we'll go to our final presentation. Thank you, Carol.
Thanks, Jeremy. Thanks, all.
Oh, no, you did mention that before. I didn't. Oh, okay. Oh, it was too straight, then it was straight, yeah, it's all coming. I'm so excited
All right. Yeah.
I know you left us the last of the chocolate, so whoever asked you a question, I did like 6 or 7 in there. Yeah, I'm strong. Yeah.
So,
yeah, I'm gonna go. All right, guys. We're gonna do last presentation today. Presentation, and that's gonna help.
Very general session. Yeah, but beyond that, I create not long term. Great, so how did that and if they're being solved?
All right. So we are almost towards the end of our exciting conference. I think we have learned a lot today, and it is like a multi-dimensional kind of thinking. And as I mentioned in the beginning, we are dealing with wicked problems and uncertainties. So we really need to know about different aspects in the urban life, and a mix of like hard, soft approaches, including the technology and the behavior, and also like the economic aspect, like how much invest and the priority of that. So towards the end, we have our lucky last presenter, Matt Turner from Public Transport Authority, and Matt will be discussing on the future of public transport. So over to Matt.
Cheers, thank you. Thank you, Swappa, and thank you, Jeremy, for the opportunity to talk to you today. So I've got a land use planning background, but work in transport planning now and project management. I'm, I guess, just to acknowledge where I work. So I'm in the infrastructure planning and land services section of PTA, specifically in rail planning, and acknowledge my colleague Dan, who's here today, who works with us there is in rail planning as well. We do the long-term planning, so all the Metronet projects that are under construction. The rail planning team, as embedded in Metronet, worked on those sort of 5-10 years ago. So we do things sort of the early phase in terms of the project work we do, and then we have other aspects around sustainability and where Dan sits in terms of approvals, etc. So I'll probably focus a fair bit today on sustainability and livability in the context of land use. I guess that's my interest. Others will talk to you more about how transport operates. I know, like, I've got colleagues, Tim and a different Daniel coming in a few weeks' time to talk to first years, but they'll talk more around the principles about transport. And I guess PTA has a number of initiatives in sustainability, electric buses, etc., about that transition to net zero. Again, I'll probably leave that for others. I guess my interest and what the things that I work on in that context of land use and that interaction, that feedback loop of land use with transport at the city scale. And this session was sort of titled around city shaping our cities. So I've taken that approach. I'm conscious it is the last session of the day, and you've had some excellent speakers over the day. Your brains are probably already full and fried. So I'm going to seek a bit of interaction as we go through. So I'll ask you some questions generally after your thinking around them, and then we can talk about it a bit more. So that's the way we'll sort of approach it. So I guess my starting point is that we broadly know where we want Perth to go as and our aspiration for our cities. And I say cities, not just Perth. A bit of a shout out to sort of Bunbury. And I heard the chairman of WPC talk about the Bunbury Geograph strategy earlier today and growth of those as Bunbury as a second city is equally important. I'm not going to concentrate on today, but the last few years I've been working on a project looking at faster rail service between Perth and Bunbury. So yeah, these things are relevant for all of our cities, not just Perth. But I guess broadly we know where we want our cities to go, and I'm not going to spend time on this. Again, the chairman of WPC talked about it. Professor Newman spoke about it earlier. These are just quotes from Perth and Peel at 3.5, which is the blueprint for Perth, and talks about how our communities are meant to be, what we want from our urban spaces, and how transport sort of functions in that environment. And I guess broadly, we know that we're more working towards a more compact, we're aiming for a more compact city. And equally, I guess, more movement options or better movement options for people around that city. As sort of Perth gets towards that and beyond that 3.5 million people, we know that congestion road congestion becomes a factor, and particularly in inner and middle rings, that congestion, we can't just keep building our way out of it. This is the theory you all know. So we need that public transport and active modes to do a larger share of the work. So yeah, I just wanted to touch on a bit, what are those public transport solutions for this more compact and livable Perth, and talk about, I guess, some of the planning we're doing now for that long term, and how we can sort of shift how things are operating at the moment. I will talk a bit about barriers. You need to, I guess, understand those barriers and some of the operational things that we think about within PTA, but then sort of finish off with some of the ways that we're approaching this, some of the current things we're doing, and some of the current thinking as well that we're doing for the future. And one of the things I actually really appreciate coming into PTA when I came in 3 or so years ago, which is it's an agency that has I do this for long-term work, and I have a land use planning background, but we have people right there sitting with us who understand the operations. They understand how buses need to work. They understand how the rail needs to operate, and so it's been really interesting just to get a perspective from inside about how all that operates. And so I guess to start with, one of the challenges about how, and that is around how our road-based public transport, so currently that is buses for us in Perth, how that operates in these low density environments, and how it has its limitations on how it can service low density environments. And the image on the left there is from Yanship, and we've currently just extended the Yanship line, but this is prior to that, and this sort of shows the network of buses that we're servicing that. But we have obviously out in those situations, regardless of the type of service we provide, you do have people tend to have long commutes. They're going to diverse locations, obviously quite a few into the city, but not necessarily, depending on what type of trip they're doing. There's actually very low congestion relatively out there. So buses competing for people in terms of car really struggle for that. And I guess we have a dilemma not unique at all to WA, Australia, or even it's faced right around the world, and that is for service providers about providing coverage, so covering everyone, and then trying to attract and maximise patronage. So we aim, as do all agencies, to try and provide universal coverage. There are people whose only method to get around is they don't have access to a private vehicle, is via our service. So we have both an equity and a social service obligation, or objective, I should say, to service them. So we try to service everybody within our bus network. However, we also want to be efficient with what we provide, and that's not just a neoliberal imperative. That's just about efficient use of the funding that we get and efficient use of government funding within state government. So, and these every time we have an extended network like this, which tend to attract low patronage, unfortunately, in a lot of situations, particularly outside the peaks. then that's taking away potentially from services we can provide in some of our higher frequency, higher patronage routes. So that's sort of dilemma, particularly around these road-based systems that we have right at the moment. So then, obviously, the solution that we've been delivering is then to provide rapid systems. So again, in the Perth context, that our rapid system, our sole system at the moment is passenger rail, the Transperth train service that we provide within the metro area. So we provide that passenger rail service as a solution, as we have out to Yanship and been delivered in a number of other areas around the city. Sorry. But I wanted to, I guess, talk about the outcomes of that. And I don't say this in terms of a positive or a negative. This is just what happens if you provide a faster service into the city by our solution. So this is a little bit further down the track. We've got the Alkimos Ellington stations just been opened, fantastic stations, able to take a huge amount of capacity there and big bus interchanges to bring people in. And as you can see, okay, it's 45 kilometres north of the Perth CBD, 57,000 future residents projected out in the area that's covered by that structure plan there. And they've done doing a great job of sort of getting, and over the future, getting that there's some density, some jobs and the higher density living around the station. So that'll be great. What that tends to do, though, is that then becomes, when people are looking at their location choice within city and thinking about where they live, where they buy, etc., that then becomes a competitive choice for some trips. So if you're commuting into the city, if you're coming to Curtin, for example, that then essentially becomes from a passenger, or thinking about that particular trip, becomes quite more competitive or equally competitive with other options around the city. So to compare that, looking at it today, if someone arriving at Curtin University at 9 a.m, it's about an hour 17 trip. You can see some people looking at it. Someone must live out there and can confirm it. Yep, about an hour 17 is what Google told me. I guess by way of comparison, in peak hour, it's about 50 minutes to an hour 25 by car. So that puts it on an equal footing, or just about, with places like Scarborough. Fremantle is about 53 minutes or so. Spearwood, Naranda are similar timeframes. Yokine, Midland, Armidale are all quite similar times to get through. So all of a sudden, something like this that's 45 kilometres out of the city becomes quite an attractive option for people. And it does, and we know from other lines that have opened previously within Perth that they then become places where people rightly want to live. They want to be close to those stations. They want to be in these areas. So that's where transport then influences what happens in the land use. So this is this sort of feedback cycle. And again, I don't say that in terms of there's going to be some great outcomes in Alkimos, and so I don't say that. I'm just raising there. This is the challenge with a diverse city. With the sprawling city, so how do we service that? If we stay with a road-based solution, it's then it's not difficult because we're not servicing people very well. We provide these rapid systems, and we sort of potentially change some of the dynamics within our city. So here's where we get to some of the questions, and this is not theoretical. So right now, within rail planning, one of the projects that I'm leading is looking at how do we plan our public transport network, the expansion, particularly of the passenger rail network, but also broader public transport. What do we need to? How do we expand that to 3.5 million and beyond? And just in case you can't see the fine print on that diagram there, this is not some secret plan. This is just a compilation of previous ideas from previous planning documents and transport planning strategies that have been done going back sort of 10, 15 years for either extensions of existing lines or cross-city links. So I guess my question is, you can see up there, what do you think we need to know? What do I need to know as we start to plan this network of the future? Feel free to call it out. I don't think we need mics. We'll capture them. Oh, we're going to get the mic. Okay.
Show of hands activity.
Yep. Yep. So that you're too slow swapping. Yeah, it's where people want to. So that was where people live and why. So yep. Where's the population going to be and aspire to be?
Along with that, where people live, but also where people work. As people don't just work in the city, but like Osborne Park, other like industrial, commercial areas.
Yep. No, brilliant. Yep. Where are they working? And probably just whilst the mic moves around, I think one of the things that's widely acknowledged is, our network works really well for getting people for the peak time into the city. This particularly our passenger rail system gets people in and out of the CBD. But maybe if you're going somewhere else, not necessarily as well. Sorry. Yeah.
What about opening up the East Wanneroo through to Ellenbrook? And that's also combining that industrial growth, I think, connecting up to the Ellenbrook line.
Yep. So it's specific around one part of Perth, which is broadly one of those lines there, runs up through. Traditionally, I guess industrials are low, particularly broad acre industrials, particularly difficult for public transport to service. But the residential component, absolutely, and where you've got town centres, etc. So,
my question was, why you guys are not thinking about making a loop? Because like some of them are working not at the CBD, and at the same time, this looks like all the trains are going one place and making it more.
Loops. Radial systems or orbital systems. Sorry, as opposed to our radial one. And we'll probably touch on that a bit more in terms of. I'll touch on that in a minute and actually ask you some more questions about that. So, Anything else?
I guess. I guess what the actual journey experience is with the current system and how decisions about changing it affect that experience and utility.
Yep. Utility is a good word. And absolutely. So that experience, that transfer, how is it operating right now? Can people move across? How can they move if they do want to cross, say, these corridors, or if they want to move between modes? How good is that experience for them? That's one part of it. And I guess more broadly, the utility, which again, I'll touch on in a minute too. So, it's good.
How to improve people's perception of convenience and safety. My experience with public transport is very convenient and it is quite safe, but I know a lot of people that won't take it because they're afraid or because they assume that it'll take so long to transfer between modes.
Fantastic. That's and I guess we touch on probably an area we do tend to touch on a little bit around that experience, particularly when it talks about, again, those frequency, how the stations are perceived, particularly the rail stations, interchanges. But absolutely, that's certainly one of that perception issue is one of the barriers. And I guess just to talk to one solution around that, just the fact that extending and everyone going to Optus Stadium on the rail, we just hear so many experience of people. That's the first time they've been on public transport because they can only get to Optus Stadium per stadium on public transport, and that really helps that they use the system. So that's one of the ways we do that. But some system issues too.
Are you considering perhaps where people shouldn't live? So, for example, we've seen the reverse of the inundate freeway, lots of rock walls being built. Eventually that might make rail travel prohibitive on that. also areas of high value conservation.
Yeah, so I missed the first section, but I take it was, are we considering the high environmental and climate change impacts? Is that, yeah. Yeah, and that is part of it. Particularly as we get towards, well, at a network level, if you sort of looking at this sort of level like this, yeah, certainly the high environmental value areas, and we know that sort of the corridors that we can run through and the solutions we have are diminishing. Obviously, the easy, it's same like development, that some of that land is just disappearing. So it is getting hard to deliver, particularly rail type solutions that are on there. So yeah, we do look at the environmental values of those and need to understand those as we plan, in particular. Some of those sort of more, some of the sort of delivery issues, or I'm characterising them as delivery issues, but essentially around what are the solutions to the inundation, sea level rise, etc., tend to get picked up more towards delivery, to be honest. But yeah, we do need to look at it. Yeah. Cool. Now that's great. I think yeah, you've really touched on a lot of the areas. Yeah, we do look at the shared corridors as well. So where are those areas that might have a road or might have some other corridor that we can use? So we need to understand those. And there's a number of sort of operational considerations that come into it as well. So short lines, and the way this is depicted on a map can look like short lines, but that's not necessarily the intent. They might be loops, etc., things that are joining up, because short lines or lines, things like we need depot, we need stabling, particularly ideally at the end of line. So there's a whole lot of other operational considerations we consider as we get into it. But yeah, you've really touched on all of those issues. And this is a bit of work that's just done we've just completed recently as part of our early investigation. Just goes to that question about where people are, where do they want to move, where are their jobs or recreation leisure opportunities. So what we got mapped on the left-hand image there is one that looks at sort of what we call desire lines. So we take the network away, road and public transport network away. This image is at sort of 2051, so Perth and Peel about 3.5 million roughly. Where are people wanting to move across that city based on the city, I guess, that we're right on the current path we're on? Where are they going to move across the city? And so we want to understand, separate of the network, because if once you constrain people in the network, that can constrain their choices. Where are they trying to go? And then we can sort of look at, okay, well, right now, our system, as we've already talked about, is sort of radial, or everything comes into the city, but you can see a few that sort of cut across the corridors, northwest to northeast, for example. So, yeah, so this is just something that, as an early bit of work, we're trying to understand to inform what we do in the planning. The second, the right-hand diagram there, is one that maps with our current public transport. So if with our current network, projecting forward again to that sort of Perth 3.5 million, where's the good accessibility, which is the darker one. I'm sorry, when I say accessibility from people's houses to jobs. So how many jobs are within a certain, thanks Jeremy, I've got some water down there, so I just didn't bring it up with me. Yeah, it's mine. Yep. Thank you. So how many jobs are within a certain radius? And you can see, obviously, right now, the good access is along our train network, particularly in this context, the Yanship line. But even in sort of some of the immediate northwest, there's some sort of gaps where people can't necessarily get access to a lot of jobs. So again, just understanding that movement across the city. So one of the approaches that we've taken, because we know we're sort of on a, momentum just carries us on, business as usual carries us on, and we just continue to roll out, the solutions that we've had. So one of the ways that we're addressing that is through using scenario planning, so this is something we're just currently applying, but not new, not unique at all. Perth and Pelt, 3.5 million. They looked at scenario planning around the land use, 3 different types of city, and sort of landed on the middle one called connected city. So yeah, we're not pioneers here, but we just find it's a good way to think about alternative futures, and then what the implications for those are for our transport system. So, this diagram here talks, so land use distribution, we'll look at some scenarios from sort of a more compact city to one that might represent an expansion or just continuation of what we got here. It's sort of, their potential extremes on this land use scenario, how we distributed across if all the growth was in the current activity centres, the town centres, city centres, if you like, across the city. So we'll look at a range of land use distribution, and then public transport utility. So, which is really, I guess, the technical or modelling way of saying how easy is it to use public transport as opposed to driving a car. That's my simplistic way of explaining it. But so yeah, improving mode, if it's improving mode share, improving those transfers, giving priority to public transport, then those, if that was higher or lower, what would that mean for the future of Perth? And I think the power of this is that we can start to try and match some of our solutions and some of the ways that we do things against those different scenarios for our future. So again, I just wanted to throw to you, we have these, there's different typologies of city, and they each have, I guess, a different way of looking at where that density, that employment density, that residential density is across the city. So, and we look around cities around the world, Paris on the left there with that sort of just blanket 4 to 5, I think, stories. Vancouver on the right with more of an activity centre, transit corridor model that certainly is part of what we're trying to achieve in WA currently. And so there's different types of city, and Professor Newman this morning spoke about those sort of net zero corridors, and as another word I hadn't thrown up on there. And so I guess what we're trying to see is that, or what we're trying to plan for is where, depending on where that is, what are the transport solutions that are best match to where that land use is, and match to that, and then influence. And again, this circular thing in terms of once the transport's there, it influences the land use. So what I want to call out is probably a couple of different types, which are the two that we've got up there on the images there. So if we had more of a compact or a broad base infill, what do you think are the types of public transport solutions that you think are better matched to that type of city?
Probably like active transport modes, like walking or cycling,
Yep.
and maybe even like public transport, like trams,
Yep. Yep, absolutely. So active modes become much more attractive, obviously, in that scenario, because everything's closer. That what we call mid-tier, it's called mid-tier broadly, but that category that has more priority on road or on at the ground level, but not necessarily rail. Yep. Anything else there? Yep. So I'll just down here. Just yep.
Maybe more about a metro style rail service.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. So that metro that was mentioned, that's the suburb subway or metro that's just opened in Sydney. Those sort of inner city circular or routes that can high frequency turn up and go. Generally, have to be either generally below ground, but can be above ground. But yeah, just those quick services that come through. They stop frequency. they're actually totally different rolling stock. They're a totally different type of train to what we've got currently. They're fast accelerating, and then they can sort of pull in. So, yep, metro style. Anything else that occurs to anyone? That was what I had, but I'm happy for there might be some really good.
Sorry, we're trying to aspire a city of like Vancouver, which is a bit of tourists, to utilize the ferry transport a bit more, and also helping with like densities and stuff. We've got Canning Bridge and things there, which could probably do well with the ferries, as well as like Liveable.
Yep. So yep. So ferries. Again, if you get that, if you can get that density of activity right down to the river, like Canning Bridge, you can get that in a number of locations. Then, yeah, that opens up that possibility, and the state government through Metronet at the moment is investigating those ferries. So, very good. Yeah, and I think in terms of particularly, the sort of activity-based activity centres and concentrating that across the city, it's already been raised already, but maybe some of those, rather than just having our radial network, just having those linkages across, so you can move between, Morley, Stirling, Cannington, across, not necessarily having to go in and out of the city. So that's and in an activity centre, then some of the on-road options become a factor as well. So I think we know. Maybe it sounds I guess easy, and the question becomes why haven't we done this already? And I just want to talk about some of those again. Just touch back in on some of the barriers for public transport and the different types. But again, then some of those new approaches that we can take. Thank you. Special water. Okay. Special. So. Yeah, road-based public transport, and never underestimate. Our buses currently the transport buses already carry more than 50% of our patronage across. So, whilst I'm rail planning, we can focus on rail sometimes. The buses is where the people are moving. They provide, they can provide that flexibility that fixed systems can't do. But I guess. What becomes really important is just is priority. If we're gonna progress that, it's priority, basically. And I guess so I haven't talked about technology at all. That's the sexy bit. We all love to see the new trains. We love to see. I love going on the electric buses like this one that's here. There's the trackless tram and all those things. They're fantastic. But at the end of the day, what we need is priority over private vehicles through the city. And this is something that's been well examined both elsewhere and within the WA context. So, it's known. But yeah, it just, that priority becomes really important for our road-based public transport. And that's still within inner areas, within outer areas, it's always going to form the backbone of the moving people around the city. But we do need those corridors, we need those that opportunity to move through seamlessly and then transfer to where people are going, transfer across onto rail systems, heavy rail systems. But yeah, so new corridors for rail. So as I've already mentioned and has been touched on, we've the easy things are done now. There's not a lot of corridors where we can just slot a rail in down the middle. Where the easy ones are gone. So really we're talking about a lot of grade separated. So either going above with the viaduct solution, like what's happening in through the Armadale line at the moment, or below ground. So they become important for our planning. I guess one of the structural legacies that we have in WA is because our metropolitan region scheme was set up, in the 1950s. There's corridors there for roads that we're still building out, but rail didn't because there wasn't a focus on it at that time. rail wasn't part of the Metron region scheme. And I guess what we're hoping is that we can, jumping ahead to corridor protection and certainty, but we're hoping that we can, once we've defined that long-term network and things that might be needed in 15, 20, 30 years' time, that we can protect, or with our friends in Department of Planning, we can protect those corridors, within region schemes or within existing road corridors, etc., if that's available to us. So, we want to. Yeah, but I guess first we need to have done that planning and know where we need them in the long term. And I guess one cautionary tale, or one bit around rail, it is a high cost. It's a high carbon cost activity, and so again, some of these flexibility of road-based options can be, in certain circumstances, can be superior. Obviously, in our passenger rail, we can provide that high capacity, which is brilliant, but and that obviously a dedicated corridor. But yeah, there's a high cost and a high carbon cost, so we need to be unlocking all of the options for us. And then, in terms of network and operations planning, again, I've touched on that. It's thinking about, if for every new technology, every new mode that you introduce, or new line, short line, or whatever you introduce, we need to think about where's that thing depoted, how's it charged, if it's electric, at night, or during as it rolls. So there's all these network and operational considerations that come into it. And so for if we're running, called dead running, so if it's running with no passengers on it, both that has high operational costs, which impacts again on what we can provide, but also closes down the the maintenance window. So a lot of the maintenance is done, in the case of rail, done overnight, and that between that last service and the first one in the morning, that window gets really tight if you then have to run another 40 minutes away to a depot overnight. So these are just some of the things that we need to work through and are part of the planning that we do. And then my last point really is around pilot projects, which sounds funny in this context because we're talking about high cost things, but I think to some degree, particularly if you're talking about something like mid-tier in Perth and what the solution is there, we need to see it. We need to see an example of that, and Perth people understand it. It's one thing to go on it and see it operating elsewhere in Australia or overseas, but to understand what it does in a Perth context is really important. So this idea of pilot projects, testing it on one place, becomes another way that we can approach these changes that are needed in the long term for our public transport network. So that's it. If there's time, I'll take questions. Otherwise, I'm done. So thanks for your time. Really appreciate it.
Well, opportunity for a singular question if I can see one over the side there.
I've got a question here. I think promoting public transport is to reduce traffic emissions, but I think we have built multiple car parking around train stations. My understanding is those car parking will encourage people to drive to the train station. So I don't get it. One thing you want to encourage people to use public transport, but also you build this car parking to encourage people to drive there. Just want to get your advice.
Sure. Yeah. Look, and it's a balancing act, and that is right now is a significant driver of patronage. That ability for people to access our network via private vehicle and parking at the stations is an important, particularly if you talk about the outer suburbs. So it becomes an important driver. Certainly, I think it's acknowledged that over time, we need to increase the ability for people to walk to it and get there by bus transport as an alternative. And we've got a number of projects I haven't talked about today, but a number of projects to improve that interchange and that way that in bus interchanges in particular, and station access, how people can walk, use other active modes, electric scooters, etc., how they can get to stations. So I think over time it's a transition as our patronage increases and we get more people. There becomes a limit on that car parking anyway, generally. So yeah, there's sort of an upper ceiling in a way, and then it's transitioning people across to the bus. And but I think that's a gradual thing. So.
Yeah, Giddy. For the private, pedestrian access to train station, I think you have to build a really walkable environment to encourage people. My observation, for example, like the train station, if you're the nearest residential area to the train stations through Southgate, and that walking environment is not good enough. There's no shade. So it's, it's very challenging. If people want to walk there, but they don't have that friendly environment to do so. So, and also most this translation will surrounded by car parks. So we don't have commercial components which encourage people just to reduce their vehicle use and do their daily shopping. So that's just those questions. I'm wondering if there's a strategy or any policy to address.
Yeah, so there's a strategy to address that, and it's around our access. Forgot the name of it, Dan. No, anyway, our access strategies that we've got currently. So yes, I mean a lot of that is legacy issues, and I think so. For example, Murdoch, which obviously the train was put through after the residential area had been done, but projects as if we renewed Murdoch, there's probably a number of things we can do, increasing the number of access points, so ways that we can improve that. With the new stations, again, it is this sort of balancing around the car park, but it's something like Alkimos. If you haven't been up and seen Alkimos that opened a few weeks ago, that's got essentially a main street right up against one edge. And that's within I think a district or specialised centre, strategic centre there. So I think we're doing a better job of that over time. And Ellenbrook, which will open soon, is right in the middle of the town centre. Will be a lot, quite walkable. So yeah, I think we're getting better. But again, acknowledge there's a long way to go, and retrofitting becomes a priority, or becomes challenging, but something that we want to try and do.
Well, I think I'll call it there because we've just got to time. So we'll thank Matt again. And then someone's just going to finish off, and then I'm going to take a photo. So I always like to know who's left looking at who sends me their assignment. Yeah.
All right. Thanks everyone for your patience and spending the whole day with us. And I hope you enjoyed all the presentation and the session, and it will be really helpful for your study and your work. But I have few people that I must thank before we close. So first of all, I would like to thank all of our presenters. Can we please put our hands together for the presenters? Yeah. And obviously our students for attending this exciting conference, and hopefully you can work more on that. And I hope that it contributed a lot to enhance your understanding and the practice. So we are not only working on the theories, but we really need to know that how we can translate that into more practicable solution to make our cities livable. Also, our team from Water Corporation in the graduate program, and also the team from DPLH for participating in this event. And special thanks to Ashik for doing all the technical bit. It was really good, and everything is available in the YouTube. After this, you can any time you can share. So can we please put our hands together for Ashik? And also Kyra for organizing all these like catering and doing all this admin bit, organizing parking for all the guests. So thank you, Kyra. Okay. Lastly, I'd like to thank my co-convener, Jeremy Ma, because this is like a sort of like based on our relationship and our working partnership between like the academic and the industry. And we really wanted to give you this kind of synergy that really need to have within our graduates who can work for the city in future and also for the communities to make it more resilient and sustainable. All right, so I would end here. And do you want to do that Slido thing, or?
No, I'll just get my photo. And so
all right, maybe we can like invite everyone to come here so we can have a conference official photo. Thanks, everyone.
And then, guys, just what I want you to do is I'll post it and then just send me which one was you guys. I know the last of the day, okay? We'll go up there. Everyone up here, sorry, yep.
Maybe, Jeremy, maybe it's here
Just
because, yeah, yep.
And we'll go quick, then everyone can get home Friday. Time for just one line. One shot. Sorry, just try and squeeze a little bit. I'm going to come up with that because I'm tall. Oh, yeah.
That's right, driving.
Yeah, what for me? Good. 1, 2, 3.
Sorry, me and my.
That's okay. That's a good one. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you, everyone. I'll send out emails to say what's next.
Let's go to work. Let's go to
Let's make